Сьогоднішній захід, який ми назвали від дипломатії.
So, dear colleagues, our event from diplomacy of resistance to diplomacy of action, we're about to start this event. So, this event, which is actually the final, basically, line under the accomplishments of my colleagues from Ukrainian Prism, and before we actually start the foreign policy assessment itself. So, let me share a couple ideas. I think these are quite important for us to set the frame for this discussion, okay? So when we talk about the shifts in diplomacy, quite often we think of, this well-known policy, German policy, called Zeitenwende. So the one that was presented by Chancellor Scholz as a response to 2022 events when Russia attacked Ukraine and the need for changes. Since then, Ukraine had a couple of iterations of those changes, and of course a huge challenge for diplomacy has become the need to stand for Ukrainian interests in the situation of full-scale war. Of course, what has become the challenge, the need to bring our vision and bring our voices. Another challenge we had, the need to prove that we are the subject, not the object. Ukraine handled that. We did, but we managed to do. But still, as head of presidential office mentioned in one of the conferences, Mr. Kirill Budanov, when you stop, it means you die, okay? So we cannot stop with these accomplishments. We cannot stop at this point. We cannot freeze. We cannot just think of resistance, not just focus on that. We need to start doing something actively. Actions. What are the actions that I'm talking about? We've already are at the active stage. We've stepped into that. People hear us. We are heard. We are supported. And we are together now with those hearing and supporting us. And now, collectively, we have to shape a new agenda. A new agenda where Ukraine's place will be as unique as the resistance Ukraine is demonstrating within all these years. That is why today we will not just share our analysis of the accomplishments of what was done, but also share a vision of what else should be done and how exactly should that be done. And I'm so pleased, I'm truly pleased that today's event is taking place in this format and with our partners, of course, because only in the synergy of think tanks where Ukrainian Prism is at, also the institutions like Diplomatic Academy of Ukraine, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, of course, of Ukraine, and our foreign partners, only that type of synergy will definitely give us the effect we want and give us an opportunity, not just in a declarative way, but actually stepping from resistance to actions, from being reactive to becoming proactive, finally, in our steps. So with that, I would like to express my gratitude to partners. Dear partners, thank you so much for not just supporting us, sporadically with some specific targeted events, but thank you so much for making this, providing this support in the most sustainable way possible. It's quite solid, it's reliable, and it's at the level of strategic partnership. Quite often, this is something that we do lack, in our international relations, but something that we try to build with all our efforts, with all our might. And I would love to pass the floor for welcoming speech now to representatives of our partners that I mentioned. Ihar, you will be the first one to do that. Ihar Ostash is with us. Ihar Ostash, who is the host of this wonderful place, allowing us to run this event. When I was planning the introduction, okay, we met, me and Ihar, we met 26 years ago, when I was just, a young man in one of the committees of Verkhovna Rada, for my internship. But now I have a different status, but still we have a very reliable partnership, and it definitely shows that we have very fruitful cooperation. Ihar, you're so welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for nice words. Thank you for mentioning our truly long-standing cooperation.
Dear colleagues, dear partners, it's a great honor to welcome you to the Diplomatic Academy of Ukraine at an event that reflects an important shift from diplomacy of resistance to diplomacy of action. For Ukraine, the past years have not only been a struggle for survival in the face of Russia's full-scale war against Ukraine. They have also forced us to rethink what foreign policy really means. We have learned that diplomacy is no longer just about representing a state. It has become a tool to protect life, sovereignty, and the future. Diplomacy of resistance was our response to Russia's aggression and the attempt to destroy Ukrainian statehood. It brought together diplomats, international partners, civil society, and experts. It was diplomacy that held the line in international organizations, in bilateral relations, and in the global information space. But today, that is no longer enough. We are entering a new phase, a new dimension of Ukrainian diplomacy, a phase where Ukraine is not only reacting but shaping the agenda, not only defending but proposing solutions. This is diplomacy in action, systemic, proactive, and strategic. In practical terms, this is very concrete. Ukraine must be present where decisions are made, not only in Europe, but also in the Middle East, East Africa, Latin America, and the Indo-Pacific region. It also means sanctions that work at a system and security agreements that bring predictability and stability. Today, diplomacy in action also has a technological side. Ukraine has become a place where ideas are not only discussed, but proven in real life, especially when it comes to drones. Here, they go through conditions that simply cannot be recreated in theory. That is where the term tested in Ukraine comes from. And it is not just a phrase, it has become a sign of trust and quality. Today, Ukraine is not only responding to challenges, we are sharing experience that has been formed in wartime, shaping now the world thinks about security, resilience, and crisis response. We are not just adapting, we are helping shape new rules. It depends on cooperation between state institutions, parliament, experts, civil society, and international partners. Only this kind of cooperation turns the ideas into decisions and decisions into real change. And today's event is a clear example of that synergy, as you mentioned, of organizations that and people coming together to make it happen. I would like to sincerely thank the Foreign Policy Council Ukrainian Prism, the Friedrich Ebert Foundation Office in Ukraine, and the International Renaissance Foundation for initiating, supporting, and delivering this event. And a special thanks to the experts of Ukrainian Prism for the consistency and quality of their analytical work over many, many years. Thank you very much. Let me also underline the role of Diplomatic Academy of Ukraine. Our mission is not only to train diplomats, it is to shape a new kind of diplomatic thinking, open, analytical, innovative, and results-oriented. We want Ukrainian diplomacy to be not only professional, but also bold, proactive, and capable of acting in a world defined of uncertainty. Today's discussion, from foreign policy analysis to Ukraine's place in the world, is extremely important. Because Ukraine's image in the world is not only about communication, it's about trust, partnership, and the ability to act. May this conference be not just an exchange of ideas, but the beginning of practical solutions that will strengthen Ukrainian diplomacy in the real world. Thank you very much. Slava Ukraini!
Пані та панове, продовжуємо.
Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with the welcoming speech with Miss Mariana. We've known each other a little bit less than with Ihor, but we also have something similar in our background. You know, Miss Mariana was a Ukrainian ambassador to Estonia, so I am a graduate of Estonian diplomacy school, so I think that with something that definitely will unite us, though those wonderful sunsets that we've seen in Tallinn, both of us. So sunset is sunset. So can we speak of Ukrainian diplomacy sun rising? Can we have that sunrise eventually, you know, metaphorically? Can we see that, shall we get the zenith of the Ukrainian diplomacy eventually? Please, Ms. Mariana, you're welcome. Thank you so much, Serhiy, for warm words. It's always so nice to have to hear it from you. Okay, dear colleagues, it's my honor on behalf of the minister to give you a welcoming speech because this is truly an important event. And we highly appreciate cooperation Ukrainian Prism with Friedrich Ebert Foundation. Of course, we're grateful for organization of this discussion and the questions which are properly formulated. So truly, Ukraine is paving the way from diplomacy resistance to diplomacy of action. Diplomacy of action is diplomacy of power today. So this is the strength of our country, of our army and diplomacy. So after the recent successful visit of our president to the Gulf region, the president summarized that we export our defense system, the ability of our warriors and the ability of our country, not just about drones, but we speak about the whole ecosystem. What we mentioned today is that Ukraine currently has quite a painful but unique experience, something we're ready to share with so many countries in the world because truly the full-scale invasion of Russia led to our total revision of our defense and security approaches and how we communicate various regions. And our warfare experience is quite a painful one, but super unique. And the world now needs that experience as never before. We can see that not only Gulf countries where Ukraine is helping the states, but Europe recognizes that there is no other such capable army apart from Ukrainian. And I'm pretty sure that our army is one of the greatest armies in the world even. So we also can see that in every single security agreement it's there. In any drone deal, like, okay, Germany, Syria, Azerbaijan, whoever is signing that. The part of discussion will also be dedicated to refreshing our foreign policy strategy because the previous one was adopted before the full-scale invasion, and of course it requires refreshment and updating, and we have to, you know, make sure it complies with the new reality. The key strategic task of our state is still about achieving the just and solid peace for the country. And we know that this is one of our key tasks, truly. In practice, it means that we need to create a special tribunal to punish Russia for its aggression and also to create a compensation mechanism. We're stepping from the discussions to implementation under the auspices of the Council of Europe. We're establishing a special tribunal on Russian war crimes and international compensation mechanism. Within the last year, we managed to achieve truly historic decisions. Agreement between Ukraine and the Council of Europe on the tribunal. We agreed the statute. We finalized the extended agreement on this, the committee and also convention on the commission, compensation commission. 22 countries already joined this.
The issue of global responsibility for the crimes is wider than just the responsibility of Russia's crime in Ukraine. We see the axis of Iran and Russia, how Russia is helping Iran in the Middle East war, and how Iran helps Russia in its aggression against Ukraine. But we have to think about how we want to live here today and also how we wish to live tomorrow, because we do understand that right now the new architecture of security and a new system of value is being created. I'll share with you 5 points that are pillars of our tomorrow living in the conditions of multilateral partnership. First of all, agreeing with Mr. Ihor, we must step aside from being reactive to being proactive. The last 5 years of full-scale invasion, we've seen that this makes sense. And the European community must also join this paradigm. to not just react to conflicts. We should step out of the logic of post factum reaction. We need to prevent, to be, and to expect and forecast on geopolitics and politics and economics. We have to be based on realism, based on values. Our international policy should combine realism and values, freedom, sovereignty, territorial integrity within international recognized borders, and the human rights. Number 3. Again, full-scale invasion demonstrated that Europe must be strategically autonomous, not as a competitor of the US, but as a more mature partner that is actor and can forecast risks, prevent, and build the new architecture of security. And of course, Ukraine takes one of the key places here. Ukraine is part of Europe, and Ukraine is part of this architecture of security. Number 4, the key to new European force and strength is engaging Ukraine in the matters of European Union as much as possible. Hopefully in June of this year we'll open clusters, and hopefully as soon as possible Ukraine becomes member of the EU, because we are now not just a recipient, but we are a contributor of European security. And of course, our membership in the EU and next in NATO as a perspective are our strategic priorities and the interests of Ukraine. Number 5, the fundamentals of the new security hierarchy is based on what Ukraine does as well. We don't have to prove to neither friends or enemies how powerful Ukraine is at negotiations, at defense in strategic partnership, in defense agreements. Ukraine is not asking for a place in these architectures of security. We are there, we are one of the centers, and we are affecting geopolitical processes already. Dear colleagues, of course the expert community is important as ever today, because only in synergy with NGO, the state authorities, we can be the most efficient. Our narratives have to keep up with this turbulent reality, reflect our opinion on the position of Ukraine in the world. Diplomacy often uses the definition of political dialogue. It's important to keep it from becoming just a monologue, because nobody listens to those who talk just about themselves. Ukraine is not like that. Ukraine is capable of suggesting solutions in economy, politics, defense, and Ukraine is listened to. It's important. I'm very grateful to Ukrainian Prism for this important discussion and for this overview of diplomatic achievements. I'll be happy to listen to the presentation. I know for sure that our work with Ukrainian Prism, with Hanna Shelest, is crucial in creating the new brand of political defense and security brand of Ukraine in the world. Thank you very much.
We also wanted to give the chance for the welcome remarks to our long-term partners from Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, the partner who was indeed acting even in February 2022, which we appreciate a lot, and the partner who is supporting our scorecards for the 11th year in a row, which is significant, I would say. So many thanks for your support, and the floor is belonging now to Sabine Farbrich, Secretary General of the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung.
Dear Deputy Minister, dear Director Ostash, dear colleagues and friends from Ukrainian Prism, Excellencies and distinguished guests, it's a great honor for me and a pleasure to be here this morning. Actually, my first morning in Kiev. I just arrived from Lviv this morning in this beautiful diplomatic academy to launch this new report. It's a great way to start my visit, actually, to Kiev. Looking at the history of this institution of Ukrainian Prism and its role in shaping Ukraine's diplomatic corps and the diplomatic academy, and there's no better place to be here to launch this comprehensive study. On behalf of the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, which is a German organization acting in around 100 countries in the world, I would like to express my sincere appreciation of our cooperation, not only with Ukrainian Prism, but also with the International Renaissance Foundation, the Diplomatic Academy, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We are not just participants today, we are long-standing partners, as you mentioned, who have watched Ukrainian Prism grow from its very first project in 2012 into the powerhouse of analysis it is today. So we're also a bit proud. The annual foreign policy scorecards have become a lighthouse project for the Ukrainian think tank landscape. Analyzing 47 directions of foreign policy is quite a task, and it is done with methodological rigor. And I must say I'm particularly happy for the score to Germany, because this year's result is an A grade awarded to the Ukrainian-German bilateral diplomacy. And it is a testament to the hard work that has been done on both sides. It reflects a relationship that has grown deeper and more resilient and more reliable than many would have thought a few years ago. Let me be very clear. Germany and German social democracy is at the side of, stands firmly at the side of Ukraine. Under the leadership of Chancellor Friedrich Merz and Vice Chancellor Lars Klingbeil, the German government continues the path of the so-called Zeitenwende, which was called out by Chancellor Olaf Scholz in 2022. That means we have changed our security policy, our foreign policy fundamentally, and we have become, as Germany, Ukraine's most important supporter in Europe. We do understand that this is not an act of charity, and we do understand, Deputy Minister, that there's a lot we can learn from you, from your bravery, from your courage, from your technology, and there's a lot to be gained for European security as a whole. However, we also must be honest that it is hard work sometimes to keep the public support in Germany for this endeavor. In any democracy, you always have to, over and over, win the support of the population. And that is becoming more difficult with populists from the left or the right trying to target that support. So that's also an important role we as Friedrich Ebert Foundation have in Germany, as we do a lot of civic education projects, policy advice, and bring people together with political decision makers in Germany. In times of tighter budgets, we must avoid the trap of either money for infrastructure in Germany or support to Ukraine. No, we must do both. We must invest in our defense, but we also must invest in our social cohesion so that the support of Ukraine is sustainable. While it is first and foremost the task, of course, of national politicians to convince voters in Germany, Italy, or Poland that supporting Ukraine is in their own national interest, Ukraine's own soft power has grown, and it is also very crucial. In the past 4 years, Ukrainian diplomacy and civil society have achieved extraordinary results in how they communicate Ukraine's fight for freedom to the world. And we at the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, we believe that successful strategies require knowledge. So we have promoted knowledge rooted in honest and open dialogue. For over 33 years, we have been working in Ukraine, and FES has been dedicated to this exchange. We are particularly proud of our joint efforts with Ukrainian Prism to deepen ties between Ukraine and Central Europe and to amplify Ukrainian voices in the Global South, also in partnership with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, bringing in journalists from Africa, Asia, and Latin America so that they can see on the ground what the situation is, what the bigger context is, and bringing that back to the Global South. Ladies and gentlemen, in this spirit, the spirit of open and honest dialogue that lies at the roots of every good policy, let us use today's opportunity for a good discussion about Ukraine, its foreign policy, and our common future in a united Europe. I'm very much looking forward to it, and thank you very much for having us. Thank you.
Шановні колеги,
Dear colleagues, I am happy to hear that the opening words were not just official and based on protocol. They are already guidelines for our discussion. Let's move over to the component that is key to this discussion. Let's talk about the presentation. Let's present our cards, foreign policy scorecards. And to present the results of this research, I present my colleague, leave the floor to my colleague, the driver of the scorecard project for 13 years already, Hanna Szelest, please. Good morning. It's a big honor for 11 years to present the result of the work of a big team of people. It's not just the result of Ukrainian Prism's work, but of all of our partners who are the best in their domains. And this product, this research, is one of the most objective ones because it's not just the opinion of Ukrainian Prism. On almost 50 directions on these scorecards on the Ukrainian foreign policy, we can see the opinions, the results of work, those who are implementing and studying these directions of Ukrainian policy. So this unique partnership research product, in opinion of the authors that I'd like to express my gratitude to, the results, and also to our partners who have been putting their trust in us for 11 years, and to the Minister of Foreign Affairs who have been reading attentively what the experts are trying to share every year. It can be said that it's an oversight of the foreign policy in general. We are talking about the democratic control of the armed forces, of the security sector, and the parliamentary oversight. It's an expert, let's see, not control, but professional and friendly oversight. Because every time we want to make sure that our foreign policy is more efficient. And this year, I am especially grateful to the Ebert Foundation who have been very supportive. And now we'll present the results, but we'll also discuss with our foreign partners outside of Europe. So I'm grateful to the International Renaissance Foundation that enables us to look at foreign policies outside of Ukraine, outside of Europe, how it's implemented over there, not just a view out of Kyiv or Odessa. And we had the chance to bring our partners from countries very far away that will be participating in the second panel discussion. Now, let's turn off the lights, make the room a bit darker, and start the presentation. Let's look at the slide. That may be a bit boring. A couple of methodological notes. These are the evaluation criteria so that you understand how this happens and what we're evaluating. Many of you have been with us for 11 years, but just to make sure we're on the same page. This year, Ukrainian Prism was evaluating 47 directions of foreign policy by During martial law, we have 4 indicators. Before we used to have 5. Now, political interest and engagement. Criterion number 1. How we describe this direction of foreign policy. We speak a lot, but we do less in this direction. So it's a challenge for the team how political interest can be declared, not only in the keynotes of the top officials of the country, but also actual activities. That was a balance we tried to look at. Next criterion is strategic communications. Nowadays, communications mean not less than the agreements signed. So how do we evaluate Ukrainian strategic communications? That's not just public diplomacy, that's a wider list of issues by indicator. Next, activity and results. I think it's self-explanatory what we include here. Everything that we either achieved or tried to achieve, but did not for some reason. Side note here, we are not evaluating bilateral relations. We are evaluating the Ukrainian foreign policy, how we, as a state, at the state institutions, have been performing the policies throughout the year. So sometimes the scores are high, sometimes even with countries whose bilateral relationship with us is not as prominent. It is criterion of how much the Ukrainian side has done. But diplomacy is always a two-way road. It doesn't just depend on us. And side note number 3, we are not evaluating the embassies of Ukraine abroad. That's a remark from other years. That's a comprehensive scorecard of the efforts of everyone who is participating in the Ukrainian foreign policy. It's the Presidential Office, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, diplomatic institutions, embassies abroad. We're evaluating of the actions of MPs of the of other Ukrainian institutions that might join, including the civil society organizations, if we mention strategic communications. Next, general evaluation is stable, has been stable for the last 3 years. It's B+, but at a more detailed view, you can see that if you have this research printed out, you'll see that on page 320. It lists all 47 indicators that we've been analyzing this year. What has changed? Every year we do a review of the list of countries and the list of domains that we evaluate. Bilateral relations of the G7 plus a list of countries we consider a priority. This year we removed Georgia from this list, which was not good news in my opinion, but this year we will not be evaluating this country. Multilateral formats or regional cooperation. It's difficult to cover 190 plus countries plus Ukraine, so it's difficult to evaluate. The regions are still the same, but we added another point. We decided to analyze the minilateral alliances, minilateral diplomacies. That was one of the priorities in the keynotes of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and other top officials. So we started to try evaluate whether we can see it as a separate direction of Ukrainian foreign policy. Belarus and Russia, of course, are not evaluated here during martial law because by standard indicators we cannot assess and evaluate these countries. We do descriptions, but we do not give scores by our indicators. Next, international organizations. NATO, for instance, this year we unified the 2 lists. We merged 2 lines. Our European integration and relationship with the new countries after receiving the status of the candidate. This is not separable anymore. We consider this should be seen as one indicator. And of course, multilateral diplomacy, economic, energy, public diplomacy, sanctions, nuclear nuclear
Nuclear non-proliferation, okay, human rights indicators there, but we changed that. Okay, so we do not assess fully all the work in this human rights sector, but we assessed it in the dimension of restoring justice. When we talk about tribunal and returning our POWs and Ukrainian children and all of these additional actions that are put here just, to stand for the human rights simultaneously, but also in the format of justice restoring in Ukrainian-Russian war context. And we renamed at some point, so if last year you saw the peace formula there, this year we extended it. Now it's a peace process because we understand that processes are extended, are more comprehensive now, and we simply cannot speak only about the peace formula. This is if we talk in general, okay, for you to understand like which mass we assessed this year. Now, of course, what happened with in reality. So as always, we were trying to calculate it, and with all the math that we did, so sometimes it looks like we have the same assessment, but truly, well, there may be some slight differences, like partial difference. You can see the detailed numbers. Some nice stuff. 47 areas of foreign policy, A or A minus. Yeah, so the top score was given to 21 area of foreign policy of our country. Okay, some of these are solid and stable year by year. Some of these changed, and we actually can speak here about Australia, Great Britain, Italy, Canada, Germany, Poland, France, Czech Republic, Japan, Baltic states, Northern Europe, EU, NATO, mini alliances, UN, International Recovery Coalition, peace process, military diplomacy, public diplomacy, sanction policy, and also human rights and justice restoring. So why did I start from the very bottom? We'll check the details later. Very simple reason there was. So instantly, that is how you can track the political interest as well. Because within this year, all messages told us that the top priorities of Ukraine, these were human rights and justice restoring, public diplomacy, military, defense, cooperation. So the armed forces support or Ukrainian defense that was named. So let's say that every branch could have a different name, different formulation, but the essence was the same. So we do talk about ensuring Ukrainian victory for this to happen. Many alliances we've discussed a lot, and this was one of the top priorities. And of course, G7, of course, this large group, which stayed reliable, solid partners. Sometimes these were challenges within some countries, and we describe that as well. But at the same time, the states, we really paid attention a lot to within a year, we as the country. Okay, the next slide, please. So, of course, we started with G7 traditionally. And what is the positive thing about that? Out of 7-6 have the top score, and the US is the only country which got a little bit less score, 4+, let's say. So why? Unfortunately, we didn't manage to achieve those results within separate areas. We understood that we had harsh conditions, the administration changed, internal, let's say, patterns changed in the US, political patterns, but we do realize that in this specific case, we have to be objective and stay objective. And with some specific areas, we didn't have enough of strategic communication and therefore results. That's what we observed in the very end. So, with the results, if you ask me, it's quite hard to assess because 11 years ago, when we were just shaping this methodology, of course, we always spoke of agreements that were signed mostly and some, similar commitments, but it's impossible to sign something new every year with another country because sometimes we achieve that kind of framework which is already enough, which covers everything. But in this case, we were correlating between what were we declaring at the level of political interest and what do we want to achieve and if we actually achieved something that we aspired to get in the beginning of the year within a year. So, with all our countries, of course, we observed strengthened with Italy. Why? Because last year Italy was hosting Ukrainian Recovery Conference URC. So we've improved it with France. We have the improvement, and we understand that subjectively, maybe there was a factor that France took the leadership in this coalition, so we had more contacts, even as much as we could. Great Britain and Japan, well, stayed. I don't want to use the word allies, but we'll talk about this if we finally, in our foreign policy and strategic vision, can get to ally definition. But basically, our relations were very solid, just like with allies in so many areas. Okay, on the next, please. So, if we talk about the regions, all right, so this is the hardest thing to assess actually, because we have to evaluate simultaneously a lot of countries. And there are regions like Baltic states, which are more or less, they have collective vision of Ukraine on both sides. So we have some solidified formats for us to analyze this kind of information. And we have fixed a score, but you can see in 2023, we still were analyzing all the three countries separately, but just because we observe a lot of similar initiatives, we decided to put them in cluster. So what improved? Middle East improved definitely, and I can see, and we all can see, and I think that we should not go very deep. Our authors underline that Middle East is very heterogeneous in terms of foreign policy. We are focusing more on the Gulf countries, but less of attention, less of political interest to Northern Africa, Maghreb, and also Egypt as one of the key players in the region. They got a lot of attention from our top officials in 2023. Respectively, with all the factors that actually allowed us to reach, increase the score for Middle East. But I think that the first months of 2026 already confirmed that everything that we were building in 2025 gives great practical results. So we have still a very stable score for Latin America, also for the Pacific region, Northern Europe, a little. Sub-Saharan Africa went down a little bit, so for many this can be a surprise. Why? Because we were opening new embassies, so we're improving somehow the results. The reason is quite simple. We were declaring simultaneously in the beginning. With our actions, we wanted to improve it with the African area, but the political interest almost vanished. A year before, we heard a lot about Africa, so at various levels. In fact, in 2025, there was an impression that this is just the MFA's enthusiasm, so that's why I underlined that this is not the assessment of MFA or embassy activity. When we talk about our foreign policy, we would love to see the comprehensive effort. Like the Pacific region, we've observed the parliamentary diplomacy there. Unfortunately, in Africa, well, we didn't observe that much of interest from Verkhovna Rada. In this case, I don't even want to say government or governmental program, because if I go to details, you read about this about political interest. If I went back to that, the governmental action programs, one of those documents that we analyze, gives us very few indicators, or even no indicators at all. Like, what shall we have at governmental level in a specific areas of foreign policy? Let's put it diplomatically. But our freshman awards, yeah, as they put it in our case, mini alliances, yeah. So apart from more or less stabilized we had before with like Northern Europe, yes, we now have a Odessa Triangle, which for me and Serhiy is nice, because we actually, Moldova and Romania, we handled them so many years, and we have always said that it's about time to unite the three of us to start pushing it all together, these challenges, and this is so nice that this area is institutionalized, not formalized, institutionalized. And we can see huge political interest at various levels. And we observe very specific actions, not just meetings, but also search for formats of cooperation we would love to see there. Okay, and the next slide, please. Yeah, so, sorry, I will not speak about the EU and NATO today, or about international organizations, because I will take all of your time discussing each of these parts. I will not, just because it's much, it's more widespread in informational environment. Every day we hear that elsewhere. But I just want to tell you that international organizations, in this case, we truly observed here more optimizing in terms of OSCE. In previous years, this piece was suffering. We knew that we worked in very difficult conditions, procedural OSCE conditions and frameworks, but we always felt that the potential is not revealed fully. The mission had changed, and we now see a huge impetus there in public stimulus, public activity stimulus, and our mission is very active there, so still it's hard. But Ukrainian diplomacy is truly adding there in those conditions that we have. UN. Okay, so UN, this is something that's the hardest to analyze because this is such a large complex, such a large network of institutions and agencies plus 3 offices that we have. And this year the team got like really high score, because if journalists ask like, is it really so important how Chernobyl is put in the final resolution, the very word itself, but we understand how many efforts and diplomatic activity we invested in that to change the name, just one letter. But it's about political consequences and communication. This is it. It's like pushing the mountain out, pushing the Everest out. So it's important always to focus on that in text, but for someone it may be very minor and insignificant. No. From the standpoint of Ukrainian party activity, we understand that in such minuscule, tiny things, for such agencies as UN, it gives super important effect, multiplying effect. Peace process that we talked about. So we took, I'll show you just 2 parts of that, 2 items that we have. First of all, as we spoke, we changed the framework of assessment. From the peace formula, we took all these negotiation rounds that we had in various formats and everything we had in different directions. So we somehow managed to separate the military diplomacy and peace process. You will not see Rammstein or something like this, some forced peace, let's say, as we thought it. But what can you observe there? That our political interest is the largest, it's clear, it's obvious. Activity, the top, but strategic communication, 4 only. Because when we analyzed in particular the cross-regional dimension, we realized that within a year we sometimes even had those mixed messages, yeah? When these were contradicting each other, so truly the insights from us, that our insights when we went when we left Europe, we got a question quite often, like, what did you mean? So, like, do you have this kind of position or this? Explain yourself. So, this lack of certain, not unified voice, but the frame that would be clear to our partners who are not engaged directly, like in the negotiation or the coalition, this actually gave us this justified the 4th score, yeah, that we put it. But okay, and the next slide, if I may. Public diplomacy, right. So why did we separate this subsector to present it separately? Because it seems to me that in this area we have the most actors engaged, and in this specific case we can pay respect not only to the state agencies who were very active with so many limited resources, because especially during the war, it's the residual resource that they allocate, usually the residual money, but Still, this is quite a unique, it seems to be, format of cooperation between experts, academicians, civic society, and also the state agencies. So if for the military we have civil-military cooperation, CIMIC concept, we need to invent something like this for diplomatic community. Maybe next year we'll think how to call it. Because within this year we've managed to observe that aside from the state agencies like Ukrainian Seasons in France, we've seen that, but also so many human rights protection centers and organizations, think tanks, they were not afraid to enter the unknown regions. Japan, Philippines, India, Qatar, Egypt, I don't know, Brazil as well, Chile, Argentina as well, Mexico. So we observed so many institutions that were cooperating, not only standing for their interests, but cooperating with diplomatic units and to make sure that Ukrainian voice is heard in the most distant parts of the world. Okay, so with that, I will finish. I do hope that you will check those areas that you like, okay, in the very end. So this year we again came to recommendations, as always. Why we separated a couple of these. The general list of recommendations that I received in the final text from all the authors was like 150, okay? The compiled one. We had one year when we had like 100 recommendations for foreign policy makers. We had that. Yeah, but this year, actually, I'm like building a bridge to another session and bridging into another session. We spoke of the following. If Ukraine started talking about review of our foreign policy strategy of 2021, yeah? So we have to understand that there are certain frames for us as for experts, for us to how we see the development in these areas, what should we focus on. So we didn't take very detailed regional priorities, but of course we have these for a couple of states. We thought that these states should be highlighted, I would say, yeah? Not necessarily that this is just recommendation for those. We decided to highlight these several countries. But we started with the general frame, and I think I'll stop only at 3 recommendations out of 25 that we mentioned. Okay, first of all, all our authors stress that if we fully review the strategy, therefore, we have to classify it better. Who are the partners without giving millions of names, you know, because it leads to confusion. We need to have clear criteria and identifying them, but these should be very, very clear and precise. Second is that in our communications, it's about time to approach specific narratives in the countries where we understand what is for those countries, not in communication, but activity. What is the priority for them? We cannot cover everything, and we shouldn't force our partners to want to do everything with us, okay? It's obligatory. And we also spoke of that we have to refuse from generalization Asia, Africa, Latin America. If we already have separate communicating strategies for them, if we already have separate channels in foreign activity strategy, we already have to start talking. We need to have more detailed regional splitting without trying to make like a salad out of the leftovers that you had on your table. So many alliances from political interest, stepping from that to filling this interest with real action plans, real projects, tangible projects where we can engage larger scope of people and subjects. The rest of recommendations, this is a teaser. It's not even a trailer. It's a teaser for you, ladies and gentlemen, of the text. And please, if someone doesn't like big books or long reading, okay, on the website you'll have it in digital, just like the 10 previous ones, but yeah. And okay, we have on the first floor, you have copies, paperback copies, so please take the copies. We'll be happy to get your feedback eventually. We would like to know if we objectively assess those areas, but foreign policy is never about objectivity. It's about whether we can create an image of Ukraine in the states of our interest. Thank you so much, dear Ladies and gentlemen, and I pass the floor to moderator Dmytro, please.
Thank you very much, Anna, for this presentation that made us think long and hard about where we are currently in the Ukrainian diplomacy, in Ukrainian foreign policy, not only at this point in time, but also for the review of the strategy approved in summer 2021. I would like to invite the speakers of the panel session to join us on stage. Ms. Svetlana Kovalchuk, I can see her here. And the representative of the ministry would be Ms. Mariana, please. So, in continuation of ideas mentioned by Ms. Mariana and Ms. Hanna, what do we need to change in the strategy approved in 2021? Obviously, it was a completely different situation before the full-scale invasion of the Russian Federation. We used to have a different security situation in the country, in the city of Kyiv. At that point, we didn't have that many casualties, that many occupied territories, on one hand. On the other hand, we didn't have that many victories as we have today. We didn't have so many successful cases and examples that were made possible thanks to our partnerships. These success cases would have been impossible just by themselves. Our proactive foreign activity helped us a lot, and we received much more support during the full-scale invasion than the Russian Federation was counting on. They thought the world would not support Ukraine to the extent that they did. On the other hand, the width and depth of the security partnerships in 2021 and today are two very different things. On the other hand, the relationship of Ukraine with Europe, the framework was completely different. Now we're in the status of candidacy. In 2021, let me remind you, we were hoping to receive a prospect of membership, and that was an unclear future. I can continue describing what was different in 2021 compared to today, but the world keeps changing. It's dynamic as ever. The big picture is morphing all the time. And what Ms. Mariana mentioned very clearly is her point about the strength. Strength is something that is valued in 2026 much more than appealing to norms. That was a very regular mantra in up to 2024. Right now, the world seems more chaotic, more filled with conflicts, and more conflict-prone. In this world, we see less sustainability, more chaos, but also at the same time more possibilities. Depends on the point of view. It's there's no other way to look at this as at a possibility, not just a crisis. So what can we suggest? Getting back to this phrase, this eternal question, who Ukrainians are and what we can offer to the world and what we want in return. Okay, what can we say to this, Ms. Mariana? Well, that's a philosophical question based on concepts, discussing concepts and narratives. Now, if we're talking about updating the strategy of foreign policy activity, We take a comprehensive view, and the strategy approved in the end of 2021 is not fit for the realities of war. After all these geopolitical security changes, 2021 and 26 are completely different in terms of architecture of security, economic growth. These are two completely different years. So our priority, first of all, is to reach a just peace in Ukraine as much as possible. This is one of the top priorities set by the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, and this is without security standards, there won't be just and sustainable peace in Ukraine. Number two, the strategy of foreign policy should be focused not only on resisting the Russian aggression, but imperialism, chauvinism are a threat to many countries, because Russia's war against Ukraine is an existential war. We understand that on the other hand, on one side there are dictatorship, on the other side there are democracies, values versus usefulness and benefits and advantages. It's not just about Russia and Iran, Northern Korea, or on their axis, but in Ukraine as well as in the Middle East and in other regions, this situation is rhyming between Ukraine and the escalation of the Middle East. There is something in common, namely that Russia and Iran are the threat to the democratic countries in the world. Second, it's important to understand that we have transformed our relationship with different countries in these years. The US, G7 countries, the Ukraine and the B8, we have created this coalition, Ukraine and Southeastern Europe, Ukraine and Benelux, the Odessa Triangle that Han already mentioned. There is a number of new mini alliances formats where Ukraine is not just a member. Ukraine has just received an offer. Ukraine initiated creating many of these formats, alliances that are truly helping us resist. Number four, it's important to see Ukraine successfully European democratic. We're moving towards the EU, fine-tuning our legislation towards the legislation of the EU. Our strategy, updated foreign policy strategy, is part of our path to the European Union. Quite recently, we've approved the Cabinet Minister regulation on the plan of adaptation of Ukrainian legislation to the EU. Strategy of foreign policy activity is one of the items for 2027, alongside with the strategy for national security of Ukraine, because those two are related. Number five, we understand how much Ukraine can offer to the world. Drone deals, as we mentioned before, a number of drone deals are major in the presidential visits. It's not just selling and purchasing drones. It's an entire ecosystem, training, expertise, production. That's a big domain of comprehensive work that is useful in terms of know-how, technologies for our partners, not only in the Middle East, but I'm convinced that these memoranda have been signed with certain countries of Europe. Many countries of Europe need that expertise as well. Of course, the energy field, the energy sphere issues. We are working hard on that. We have survived a very tough winter, and the next one is coming. We have to be prepared for the worst scenarios possible. I have unblocked the tranche for 90 billion. One part of it will be spent on the energy, the other on defense. Fifth, public diplomacy, communication. The voice of Ukraine in the world should be heard everywhere. Brazil, Indonesia, South African Republic, Europe, the US, Canada, everywhere. Of course, in the global south, they need our expertise as well. They need it more now. Now we're expanding our diplomatic presence in African countries. For 2 years now, we have over 20 embassies in African countries. Now there's the second stage of our presence in Latin America. Very successful visit of Minister Andrei Sibiha to Chile and Panama. Now we're preparing another set of visits to that region because we understand the potential of bilateral work with these countries of a cooperation. The global south is waking up many of the countries. And the principle of sovereignty and territorial integrity that are part of the UN Charter, use Cohen's imperative norms, are the principles that every country will support. And when Russia opened this Pandora's box, starting from Moldova, Georgia, then Ukraine, if we do not unite our efforts and stop in Russia, that opens a pathway to complete revanchism and dictatorships receiving political benefits by means of brute power. So is this the right of strength or the strength of the power of law? So the international relationships have been seeing the abuse of power recently, the integrity of borders, inviolability of the borders is trying to be changed and breached by Russia. So we're talking to a global south. Is sovereignty and territorial integrity is a comprehensive overarching principle of the UN Charter, and every country complying with this understands that the situation in the Middle East, in Ukraine, nobody is guaranteed from staying safe from a conflict in other regions. What Russia is doing, they are exporting for decades terrorism. For decades, they've been exporting disinformation, cyber attacks, cyber threats, and of course, meddling with elections of different countries. We must understand that Russia is an existential threat, not only for Ukraine, but for Europe, for global South countries. We have been working with the Global South in communication campaign. We're talking about we bring Ukrainian children brought back from captivity to talk to the communities of those countries. We cannot stand aside and do nothing when Russia is abducting thousands of Ukrainian children and deporting them against all norms of human rights and international law. This inhumane attitude is absolutely unacceptable. Ukraine is now fighting for its sovereignty, territorial integrity, and is a completely new military power, political power, and an innovations hub. So what Ukraine can offer is its unique experience that we have right now in drone technology, in trainings, expertise, and undoubtedly about the diplomatic power and influence, because what Ukrainian diplomacy is doing right now, probably it's not very modest of me to say so, but in fact, starting from 2014, what Ukraine has been doing, Ukrainian diplomacy headed by the Minister Andriy Sybiha and the Ukrainian president, they have shown that impossible is possible. What they said was impossible in February 2022, a year ago, step by step, with a pragmatic understanding and hard work, knowing that we can be beneficial to other countries in strengthening their defenses. We can really become part of the European defense community. Many experts have been voicing this in Europe, worldwide. We must understand that Russia keeps testing our unity of the NATO, of the EU, transatlantic unity. They want to destroy it. They have already destroyed the architecture of international security, but they want to destroy the unity as well. So the key of us resisting Russia is standing strong with our partners against Russia and strengthening our sanction pressure against Russia, their isolation as much as possible at various platforms, because they're coming back to the sports, the athletic events, to the cultural platforms. And Russia should be brought to responsibility. And this is a pillar element, a cornerstone of our foreign policy efforts, because without that, there won't be any just and sustainable peace in Ukraine or safety worldwide, because every potential aggressor, every dictator would understand that they can use force to change borders and get their political agenda. So we have moved forward a lot. We've created a tribunal. Hopefully it starts working soon, which will be a demonstrative example for other countries that have revanchism as an element of their foreign policies. keep them in line. Okay, thank you. I think we should repeat this to remember why it's so important to set the fact, to admit that this is an act of aggression, an international crime that has to receive responsibility for, and this format has to stay the same. This is a matter of principle. We cannot just agree that it's one of the conflicts where both parties did this and that, and this is a matter of principle. It's a cornerstone to call Russia to justice, to responsibility. Otherwise, what's the point then to have lost so many lives, to have had so many casualties? We cannot compromise on this item. Not all of the partners maybe realize this, because why during all of the negotiations from the side of Ukraine we emphasize that this is completely non-negotiable, and experts on international law know that international crimes cannot be a matter of negotiation to avoid responsibility by the aggressor. There's a crime, there must be a responsibility, there must be accountability. And now, over to Ms. Svetlana. Ms. Anna will join us, will speak last in this panel session. In your opinion, on how we've mentioned several times how Ukraine is rethinking and rebranding itself. We're not just looking for compassion as a victim of aggression, that's clear, but after this entire experience of resisting the aggression and after building often asymmetric solutions that can be applicable to other countries in Europe and worldwide, we are presenting ourselves as partner. Is this the direction, the area of activity that must be part of this strategy? And if so, which demonstration, which manifestations can it take? How can it be presented? How shall we see in a wider extent who are Ukrainians and what we can offer to the world? Thank you for the question, and thank you for the invitation, the opportunity to participate in this important discussion in the new strategy of foreign policy. I'd like to confirm what Ms. Mariana and Ms. Anna mentioned, that the world truly has changed. I think everyone in this room understands this, and Ukrainian foreign policy is changing. And what happened within the recent several years makes me proud of our diplomacy, of our diplomats. Because without understanding a thing about aviation, we had to rule F-16, because we have to keep fighting. After the full-scale invasion began, it was difficult to ensure support. Ukraine had to endure long, complicated dialogues, figure out who our partners are, how to cooperate with them. Countries who were seemingly our partners, in fact, were not ready to fast solutions. We all remember how support of Ukraine started and how difficult it was to reach agreements, to negotiate, to win partners and supporters. The first supply of the protective gear from Germany, for example, the first 1,000 items. When did we receive that? Now we are receiving Patriots, we're receiving trainings, and this country is a reliable ally. We remember the days when no one would speak in actual specific terms on creating a coalition with Ukraine. Nowadays, we are proactively working on the coalition of Ukrainian supporters. We remember when we knew almost nothing about the defense technologies. When the 10-year anniversary and the first year of full-scale invasion, we had no military arsenal, and now we are a country with new technological improvements in research. Now we're a country that is taking account of that, is invited to all of the meetings behind closed doors. G7 was completely closed before to us. They didn't listen to us, and now our ministers participating at these meetings as an equal.
What am I leading to? The very perception changed of the country of Ukraine, and Ukraine turned into a subject of foreign policy eventually. And now it's not even a problem or a question for anyone that Ukraine is not only secure in defending itself, but also Europe and the world as a whole. So it was also interesting. I returned from Washington recently, and even in very isolated circles of Republicans, they have very clear idea circulating that Ukraine is ensuring Europe's and world security and contributing to it. Of course, relations with the American administration were not always smooth, but we understand how important still that is for us, and American support as well. So we are extremely grateful, but even there, they recognize that Ukraine is a full subject of international relations. What it means that we've stepped into a new period where we shape the agenda. Eventually, we fight for our EU membership, NATO membership as well. But it's not only the international alliances and unions that we need, but they need us as well. Because Ukraine eventually turned into a war lab. You cannot get this kind of experience only in Ukraine. Security technologies, these are thriving in Ukraine now, so recently in Pentagon, I've heard that Pentagon is already testing Ukrainian technologies. They already are analyzing the cobweb operation. What was really impossible for us in something like a sci-fi movie, first, this is now a very ordinary thing. In a new strategy, in a new foreign policy strategy, we already are fully entitled to introduce our position, to introduce our vision. And every Ukrainian feels now that during this full-scale war, Ukraine has never taken even a step back out of that. So we have to get this full support. We're not agreeing to compromise like this. Temporary peace is not something we need. We need fixed, solid, long-term peace. Short temporary peace will, of course, be not beneficial for Europe. And I would like to recall Mr. Zelensky's Davos speech. After Davos, everybody was discussing Carney's speech, Canadian Prime Ministers, but people were very cautious about Zelensky's speech, because Zelensky did what? He told, okay, thank you for support, but Europe is discussing the future too long, but hesitating a lot to actually decide. So hesitating with the decisions, this hesitation, 20% of Ukrainian territory loss, this is the price of the hesitation, millions of lives, that is the price, and also quite probably that this hesitation led to deterioration and turbulence in certain European regions. So, European continent is already in this turbulence. So I would love, really, Mr. Zelensky's Davos speech for our European partners to read it every single day, like a prayer. Turn the YouTube on, listen to that. Read it elsewhere. You have to wake up and make decisions very fast. Coming back to your question, Ukraine is truly setting a foundation of new world order, and this updated, refreshed foreign policy has to be proactive, fact-based, and fast response-based. If Russian foreign policy from the very beginning was power-based, so this is already a dogma we're dragging to our right now, yes? So this is the partner's dogma. It should be there. It should be their postulate. So the empty talk policy does not work anymore in this super complex world. Thank you so much. Thank you. You mentioned Zelensky Davos speech, by the way. It seems to me that this is an example of how differently this was perceived in Ukraine and many European subjects, because I had a chance to talk to various European colleagues, those experts, yes, not the governmental parties, but experts, who also talked to officials, and I had an impression back then that perception was not very different from Ukrainian perception, and it really is an interesting something to analyze, because I wasn't just like, why so? Because from Ukrainian standpoint, President Zelensky gave a very clear message there in Davos. So if you reread that, that's a very pro-European manifestation. A key message is addressed to European audiences that, okay, you have to be strong, basically because this world that we live in and the benchmarks that are there and trends, it's about higher threats. And with Russia, if Europe is not serious, if Europe is not decisive and capable of acting, we all will be in a very, very bad situation. Ukraine is a part of Europe. We all have the same, basically, way and path. In Europe, many perceived, as I heard it, negatively, like unjustified criticizing, that Europeans are criticized that you're not doing enough this, you're not helping enough, and you're not grateful. And I was extremely surprised because in his speech, Zelensky said thank you many times for very specific things, for very specific assistance types. But, you know, this is strange. That looked weird and sounded weird. After this tour of within a couple of capitals, European capitals, I've heard in closed discussions, European experts were talking about European security. They assessed the situation also with the transatlantic crisis impact and their vision, current vision. So I realized after that internal European discussion is quite they're quite frustrated, you know, and maybe somehow this frustration has to do something with those messages, how these are perceived. Again, reminding Europe again that now Europe is not the power it should have been, let's say, that there are so many internal problems. They already know about this. It's like stating the obvious to them, but how can we do it without frustrating them even more, you know, and how to push them positively to some joint decisions. This is basically the task for us, how we build a dialogue with the closest partners. And I think that we'll have a lot of very specific manifestations of how we, together with Europeans, not only with Europeans, how we, this partners dialogue, those that are close to us and those we have a lot of success stories with, how we build the dialogue. Because we all have the same understanding about threats and priorities, but still, we can see that anyway, communicate more. We need to communicate more and search for higher understanding, more of understanding, because there's still some different perception of the very same words even, okay? Coming to this. Okay, Hanna in her speech recalled that recommendations to revise the strategic partners. I don't remember how many of those we have under the applicable strategy, how many of those we have. States defined as strategic partners, but I recall that these are mostly European, North American countries, but also Japan, China. Something vaguely told about India and Brazil, it was mentioned in the document of 2010. But, yeah. Like Southern Caucasus, some partners were defined. It's a question if all of them now will meet the criteria, the current ones. But Hanna spoke of criteria, yeah. As far as I understand, the discussion of who are the partners, who we tend to think the partners are, I guess we have to objectify that at some point. Not just trying to make it pleasant and look nice and sugarcoat, or we would love to have some good relations, stating something we'd love to, but maybe setting some criteria definitely for that to be objectively clear why we say that, okay, certain country is a strategic partner of Ukraine or not, okay? How do we issue that status? Or a non-strategic partner or not a partner at all? Especially if a Russian partner, especially without limitations. So, Hanna, what can you tell us from your point of view? Who are Ukraine's partners in this world, and especially in future, because we realize that it's not just about the current situation, we talk about some horizons. Thank you so much. I'll have to go back to 2021, the beginning of it, because when we published the new text of the national security strategy and also the foreign policy strategy afterwards, these were published. Truly, we got so many countries who somehow got the status of global partner, strategic plus something. And back then, thanks to Friedrich Ebert Foundation, we were sitting with our colleagues and we were digging deep in all the documents, We're trying to analyze that bunch, thinking like, who was called a strategic partner at different times, and how did we formulate it, if we formalize it, which criteria we were setting, if we did, and which criteria potentially could have been there. We had a big discussion with colleagues, and 11 criteria back then we identified. If you want to find it on the website, you can find that paper. There's a nice table, because we took not all 30 countries that were informally called strategic partners at different times. We took the freshest document of 2021 and we checked if there is a compliance with criteria. Okay, let's be very open now that by 2021, quite often we use the word strategic partnership more like giving this in advance, is like trying to flirt with other countries, which was not complying with the states. Like we go to a country, like going to Brazil, saying, oh, Brazil is a new strategic partner, and then no activity at all after that, that was just chatty chat, even before the war, without tying it to the war, without knowing what kind of attitude there is in Brazil to Russian Federation, without considering it even. So we had the strategic partnership with China declared, We couldn't find a document where that was. So that was just, there were enough of documents, intersectoral, interministerial documents saying that based on strategic partnership, but when you try to find the actual source where the declaration is, but you can find it in Chinese only. So then the question is, how can that happen? Meaning that this factor, flirting factor as we call it, and there were other countries like I picked Brazil and China as the most, the serious cases. But with other countries, I had many questions as well. And this was by 2021 when we had no chance at all to test if this is actually strategic partnerships, declarative level, translating it into something specific and practical. So it was clear that now when we talk about strategic partnerships, we do have a couple of baseline things, okay? First of all, clear terminology, like clear definitions. If we call someone an ally, and by the way, before that, Ukraine had not ally definition institutionalized in paper, so we did not mention that word. So we have to clearly realize that an ally is first of all about defense cooperation. We cannot speak of the trade or whatever, like business activities. This is about being allies with countries in terms of defense. These may be little, but we might like something, but if they are ready in the most dangerous time to stand with us and we can stand with them, this is partnership. It's bilateral, okay? You to me, I to you. So if we call a country an ally or strategic partner, do they consider us strategic partners or allies? Do they have the same perception? That's important. Then we go to strategic partnership after allies, like the top level. It cannot be purely sectoral. Strategic partnership has to cover all areas of bilateral relations. Maybe the country is not ready to defend us as an ally. Oh, Japan has no army, basically. We cannot expect their soldiers to do that. But defense components should be in this bilateral cooperation. Otherwise, what kind of strategic that is? Like, where's the strategy? So then the other question is it worth calling other categories at all? So regional, sectoral, like ministerial, topical, whatever, how you split it. Potentially, yes, but we should not have 5 of these. Maybe we need to call third level, not strategic, but sectoral maybe, because with some states, we can speak only about economy and trade. Okay, at this level, this will be the maximum or something else. So in this kind of format, we can finally have conversations. But for first 2 categories, allies and strategic partners, some basic things should be like, does the country vote for key resolutions in the UN? Simple factor, simple thing. If a country in our strategy is called a strategic partner, but they have never voted for us for the most important resolutions, for me, this is a question, like, is this a friend? Is this a strategic partner? If this is someone for us, Of course, sanction regime, because during the war, this is one of the key elements for us. And if a country does not join any sanctions, this is not about strategic partnership, let's be open. So, of course, today we'll talk about, if not special tribunal, but some elements around this participation in restoring justice regarding Russian-Ukrainian war. So then we can talk like top 10 trade partners. For me, this is not an indicator. China, top, so what? This factor, therefore, can only be a separate one. Okay, military industry complex and cooperation in this area. Well, desirable, but not as an obligatory factor, because not every country has its own powerful security or defense complex, So this is additional preference, like in a question or vacancy, we put like baseline requirements, then something desirable. Economy, military cooperation is desirable, but after that, some additional multilateral formats, again, desirable, or optional, and maybe clear support of Ukraine's course to EU membership and NATO membership, because for us, this is a strategic thing. This is beyond the war discourse. It's above everything else. So if any country expresses doubts regarding something that is a cornerstone of our foreign policy, and that's the question, if this is strategic partnership or not, then we can check in the general discussion if some separate topical aspects, if these are optional or obligatory. And the last factor I'll mention is how potentially, when we call someone, for example, we would make a list out of 20 countries, let's say, to check if it's a declarative level and if we are ready to fill the strategic partnership with action plans. Because maybe, someone voted, we have trade, but what's next? So what does this give us? The definition of the country of a strategic partner. Will it shift to some action plans of everyday routine work, not just that this year is the best partner awarding and we are ready to call a strategic partner tomorrow. So it has to be very substantial and tangible. I would love to add, I fully agree with Anna, we truly already started working criteria. We already work on the concept of a refreshed and updated strategy. So we had a meeting with experts, and Hanna was with us back then. Yeah, this is an interesting thing. In terms of criteria, strategic partners or special partnerships criteria, I do fully agree that now during the war, we've observed small countries like Baltic states, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, they are in the top of the list when we speak about assistance to Ukraine. They give immense help. Estonia started giving javelins back in February 2022. These were in Kyiv. The military assistance that is provided and was provided since 2022, I guess, is one of the key criteria. And I also agree that about the sectoral cooperation, we have a bunch of countries we cooperate like on cybersecurity, Tallinn mechanism we have, okay, and many countries are members of it. Cyber resistance, cyber defense, countering response, cyber capacity, strengthening that. So sectoral, not just economy, but IT, okay. We have a bunch of formats where IT coalition, we have like drone coalitions, like led by Latvia. We have civilians defense coalition. But the key thing, I guess, the key criterion is assistance, military assistance during the war. Because in 2022, many countries were hesitating, There were partners who instantly realized that this is an existential threat, Russia, I mean. So it's important to understand when we talk about support and assistance, there's a separate question for the recovery cluster. Even now, a bunch of countries still hesitate if now at this stage they need to help practically with recovery, not just political commitments, because of course there is a security risk. They cannot give a guarantee that investments are protected. We cannot give the guarantee. But we have to remember that investment in Ukraine's recovery is investment in security. And this is what we tell many partners, and they actually support that. And some countries which in practical aspect are still very cautious because of security risks, please, they have to remember that those countries helping out, they're investing first of all in their own security.
Thank you very much. See, the process of active thinking and active internal discussions is underway. It's very interesting. I think we're just short on time, because otherwise we would have mentioned that any country, if they cooperate in safety and security sphere with the Russian Federation, that automatically poses a question: how can they be a strategic partner to us? And it's a complicated question, because the countries of the world, many countries of the world, are trying to go along the path of multi-vector activity, but which is familiar to us to a certain point, but we cannot cooperate without limitations with a country that cooperates with the Russian Federation in security issues, obviously. Another question is, can we expect from countries who help and support us that can we expect certain proactivity from other countries? Because not all of them can afford, based on their resources, some proactivity. Should Ukraine be doing the first steps, making them? There were even certain jokes in the social media in Ukraine several years ago. See how large our agenda is. It's true. It's a real life situation when Ukraine has to do a multitude of things at the same time and help solve a vast number of problems to the world, to the countries worldwide. We are actually doing that. We're helping protect the Gulf countries from Iranian shaheeds. We are helping feed the countries of Africa. We are helping resist the inflow of Russians in Europe. They cannot fully focus on their aggression against Europe because they are stuck in Ukraine. Also, we have an internal agenda, the reforms of our institutions, implementation of acquis communautaire that takes decades for other countries, but we have to do this very fast. That's a large agenda, an enormous agenda at times of war, at times of attacks against our energy system, and the immense stress, which means that many people who left the country also breeds the problem of the human resource problems, the lack of human resources. So we mentioned many issues. Now we have 25 minutes to have a discussion with the members of the audience, a Q&A. Please raise your hand, name yourselves, the institution that you present, and voice your question. Yes, go ahead. Please use the microphones to do so. Yes. Hello. I'm Ola Horban. I'm a historian, a journalist. Thank you for the interesting discussion. Many interesting points we've mentioned. Now let's discuss the temporarily occupied territories. How important this topic is. We've recently seen a situation with Israel, and the Russian ship entered the port of Haifa, and Israel received this ship. We see what a difficult diplomatic situation this is. So my question is, the temporarily occupied territories, what are their role in the foreign policy of Ukraine? Okay, let's hear other questions. There are several other, and then answer them in bulk. I saw another raised hand. Yes, over there, the lady, and then the gentleman.
Norwegian Defence Attaché to Ukraine. presently retired, and today an analyst. I have had the pleasure of analyzing the ongoing peace process, as mentioned earlier today. And my conclusion, watching what Trump administration do, it's not so much a peace process as an bilateral attempt to reset relations with Russia at the cost of European security and Ukraine security, of course. Is it fundamental breach with the initiative from Ukraine from summer 24, when we had a peace process established on international law, and now we are following a peace process based on something quite differently, but nothing related to the UN Charter? Goes to the strategic partnership. Why do Ukraine continue to give the US a voice? I understand that Ukraine needs to be present where decisions are made, but by supporting the process, you're also legitimizing a process undermining Ukrainian security. So why do we continue to give the US a voice?
Добре, дякую. І, будь ласка, третє питання. Джентльмен в першому ряду тут.
The gentleman in the first row, please.
First of all, congratulations to Anna for the release of the successful report, and excellent panel. I learned a lot. My question is about, not only trying to stop the war, but also how to make the real major powers who holds the permanent membership in the United Nations Security Council, particularly Russia, how to make Russia accountable. What we have seen is that attack after attack, war after war is happening, sovereignty, territorial integrity is being affected. My questions to all the panelists are that how do we make the major powers who are sitting in the United Nations Security Council accountable, particularly for the war crimes and the violations of territorial integrity? Given the case of Russia is hugely backed by China. Can we make this United Nations Security Council a kind of a much more pressurized zone in terms of encouraging US, UK, and France to build that kind of eco-pressure zone where Russia and China will be divided on some issues, and how that could be possible to make it within the United Nations Security Council? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ну, такі цікаві.
Quite interesting questions. Very complicated. I think we need another panel discussion to discuss that. But let's be brief in answering these questions. We'll have another.
First, on the peace process. Ukraine is absolutely committed to peace, and well, Ukraine is not obstacle to peace. We stand ready to join any initiative which would help us bring peace closer, just peace closer to Ukraine. At the present, we had a pause in the peace process because of the escalation in the Middle East and the situation around Iran. But for us, for Ukraine, it is important that in the peace process there is USA, but also European partners, because Ukraine is part of Europe and Europe is part of Ukraine. And of course, when we speak about peace, it has a number of components or elements. First, there should be ceasefire in place. And if you remember, on 24th of February, we adopted a resolution in the UN General Assembly on lasting peace of Ukraine. And the first provision was ceasefire between Ukraine and Russia, which is a precondition for any future peace talks. Ukraine has agreed to the ceasefire a long time ago in Jeddah to the proposal of President Trump last March 2025. Russia rejected all proposals. Ceasefire. Second, absolutely clear that Ukraine needs robust, legally binding security guarantees. Security guarantees, when we speak about security guarantees, they should be effective. They should be approved by the Congress, by the parliaments of different countries. We don't want repetition of Minsk I, Minsk II, or Budapest Memorandum. We know what political commitments are. we're beyond the stage of political statements or commitments. We need legally binding guarantees which would enforce, which would be enforced and which would provide for the security contingent on the ground, foreign troops on the ground, or boots on the ground. This is extremely important for Ukraine to deter Russia, but also to protect our people, to close our skies. Third element, of course, for Ukraine, we need more weapons, more ammunition, more missiles for patriots, because this is about air defense, this is about securing our skies, about protecting our civilians and children. You know that during 1 week last year, last week, from 20th to 27th April, Russia has launched almost 2,000 drones and almost 1,500 aerial bombs on peaceful civilians. People killed in each city, in Kiev. The situation in the front line is much more difficult. Air defense support is also one of those elements which is important for Ukraine. And of course, the issue of the peace talks is absolutely crucial, because Ukraine wants peace. We don't want the continuation of the war, but we will protect our sovereignty and territorial integrity, because this is the core principle for Ukraine. This is a red line. No compromises on sovereignty and territorial integrity, no compromises on what alliances to join, whether it's EU, NATO, or any other alliances. This is the sovereign right of Ukraine. We do hope that the peace talks would be resumed pretty shortly, and we do hope that the special envoys of President Trump would come to Ukraine shortly. On the UN, of course, UN Security Council needs reform, and you know that there was a UN 80 reform already launched by the Secretary General. It has been discussed. Our position of Ukraine is very clear. Russia has no even legitimate right to sit in the Security Council. It inherited from the Soviet Union, basically. So for us, it's, of course, Russia has no place to sit there. Legally, politically, morally, it commits atrocious crimes. Crimes against humanity, war crimes, aggression, genocide, on an industrial scale every single day against our people. But how to do it? This is the difficult question. Of course, it's very difficult because Russia took hostage of the UN Security Council because of the veto power. And it took hostage of the consensus rule in the OSCE. The rules of procedure of these organizations are not ideal. The organizations are not ideal, but of course they are important. And for us, we try to use this organization as a platform for helping Ukraine, for political isolation of Russia. I've been frequent visitor to UN and New York for the past 1.5 years. I spent nearly all year on different resolutions, promoting, lobbying our resolutions in the UN. It's very difficult under current geopolitical environment, but countries do change their position already. And especially the situation in the Middle East and participation of Russia, participation of Iran testify to the fact that indeed Russia is a threat, not only to Ukraine, not only to Europe. So the reassessment, reevaluation does take place. It needs more time. From our side, we absolutely have the position that Russia has no place in the UN Security Council, politically, morally, and legally speaking. In practice, the implementation is much more difficult. But we need to do whatever it takes from us to politically isolate Russia. In different bodies, only last year, Russia lost almost every election that it's wanted, or re-election. Ukraine, on the contrary, was elected to the executive board of UNESCO. Russia lost. It was a very difficult fight. Ukraine was elected to the executive board of the OPCW. Russia lost. It was a very difficult fight, diplomatic, with our partners, with the Global South. Russia lost its bid to ICAO executive board. So for us, it's extremely important track to make sure that Russia is not elected, re-elected to the bodies, doesn't have a big role in all bodies of the UN. Security Council, this is a bit more difficult story, procedural-wise. But at the same time, we use every opportunity to raise every month the issue of Russian aggression against Ukraine in the UN Security Council, to speak about Russian atrocities. And I could say from my personal participation in these debates in Security Council and General Assembly, Russia is isolated there. Hardly any illusions about the role of Russia for all these 14 years of war already, or 13 years of war. But I agree with you that more needs to be done to isolate such countries or to kick them out of the organization. По тимчасово окупованим територіям це
Now, on temporarily occupied territories, that's one of the prior tracks of our diplomatic efforts. The International Crimean Platform, for the first time, was the first time represented at the Assembly General of the UN. The side tracks of the Assembly, we created a unique format. We're thinking of potential formats this year, but without de-occupation of the temporarily occupied territories, there won't be any just peace. That's also an element of our foreign policy strategy, another red line that the President of Ukraine has voiced, and we as the diplomatic team have been voicing on all levels. But what is happening on the temporarily occupied territories are horrendous crimes that Russia is committing. Abducted children, elimination of identity, abduction of journalists, torture. A very complicated situation. And the worst thing, that monitoring that can be done only remotely by the international organizations. Russia does not allow representatives of the UN bodies, OSCE or other organizations just from the territory of Russia, which is a red line for us. That is territory of Ukraine that is temporarily occupied, and we will do everything to deoccupy it. It's a matter of principle, of strategic interest of Ukraine. This is the principle of our foreign policy, because this is part of a territory of Ukraine, a matter of territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. Thank you. And let me add a bit on the peace talks, because we've had a number of interesting discussions on that. In fact, peace negotiations is a lengthy process, and not every... we cannot have 12 years of war and then end the peace negotiations in a week. Because every country, every party has their priorities, have their position. We are fighting for ours. In Ukrainian diplomacy are standing their ground firmly. We need just a sustainable and just peace. The negotiations are continuing, and no representative of the American administration that are leading have an important leading role in the negotiation. They have no doubt in the fact that the peace has to be just and sustainable. It's not the problem on our side of our European allies. Even if our European allies are not directly involved, they are always consulted. The American side consults them, we consult them. They are part of the large process called peace talks. And at this stage, it's very important to have a joint understanding that the problem is represented by our enemy and by Russia. They are the problem in these negotiations. You know, this the famous saying that any negotiation signed by Russia is not worth the paper it's written on. You cannot trust Russia. You cannot trust what they're saying. We cannot trust our enemy. And this makes the peace talks process lag a little bit and take longer than we would wish. We can achieve an understanding, an agreement, when we have a guarantee that they wouldn't be broken, we don't want to sign something without, and in a week, in a month, in a year, get into another stage of the war. It should not be the end of a certain stage of the war. It should be the definitive ending of the war itself and a just, sustainable peace. Now, on temporarily occupied territories, I was happy to hear that safe Black Sea is only possible with one condition, when Crimea is Ukrainian. And this was said by the representatives of the American administration. I can see other questions. Yes, hands raised. Yes, please raise your hands, name yourselves, your institution. We will have another round of Q&A, and the first panel session will come. Andrea Makarenko, the Embassy of Germany. I'd like to hear the comment of the panel speakers about this recent case with how they called the ambassador of Israel for a comment. How would that influence the Ukraine-Israeli relations about the transit of the grain from occupied territories, how Israel received a ship in their port? How did that affect the Ukrainian-Israeli relations and the diplomatic progress of Ukraine in the region of the Middle East? What is your assessment?
Yeah, the second hand was there. Okay. Polina Fedorenko, I'm analyst in Ukrainian Institute. I would love to ask if it's possible to formulate state-specific narrative, especially in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, on Russian imperialism without trying to give mixed signals simultaneously on neo-colonialism and imperialism of countries and that type of assessment. So how to, avoiding those mixed signals. Okay, deep questions. So I think we will limit ourselves to these two. But we have 10 minutes more before the break. Okay, good. That works. So I will answer the second question. And the Israeli policy, it goes to Ms. Mariana. Okay. But if briefly, I think that this is not the very first case Ukraine already faced, unfortunately, especially the beginning of establishing relations with many countries. There are many options, and that's where we're standing for our interest, primarily. Okay, when it goes for state-centric narratives. Well, first of all, we, of course, were mentioning that we have to find those messages which work the best ones. So when we come to India and talk about post-colonial experience, it's very easy for us to start with narrative and language, okay? Because the majority of Indians were using for decades English for decades as like a state language, official language, but they weren't becoming British, let's say, okay? Or when we formulate, saying yes, we speak Russian, some of us do, but it doesn't make us Russians per se, or those who would love to be a part of Russia. This is just a part of our history, colonial history, why it happens so with a part of population. In India, we have the response there, and we can use this to step into more complicated pieces. Okay, when we go to other countries, it's not always clear instantly because they didn't have similar experience, their own, yeah? Even within post-colonial discourse, you may find something, because when you come to specific African countries, you hear instantly the narrative, oh, you're white people, you cannot be a colony. Us, meaning we cannot be a colony. So we have to be ready for that. Just coming to Africa and saying, okay, let's talk about post-colonial experience, it will not work, because it's about different races. Like, we need to explain why would we love to present Russian Federation from this angle. For them, Russia is Moscow, Moscow is Soviet Union, USSR is someone that helped them to fight colonialism. So it's still strong. Mentally, they cannot perceive Russians instantly as the one colonizing someone, as an empire. That's what we were actually using, because for some countries, you shouldn't come with that post-colonial discourse. Start with other things. Okay, let's talk about multiculturalism. Let us talk about importance of territorial integrity. And like in Qatar, there were some attempts. Qatar had its own crisis. Some were even declining their status of country. Talking about colonialism with Qatar, why? But saying, okay, that you may not be even perceived as a state by your neighbors. Okay. Speaking about the sovereignty, why it's important, okay, that's another thing, that's a bridge. And that's where we talk about the war consequences. But we have to enter with these narratives, those that are responded properly at internal level, okay? Not even in national, these ethnic national parallelship there. It's harder than general narratives about justice, territorial integrity, rule-based order, etc. Yeah, that we started back in 2014 or 2022, but we realized that the very same message will not work with everybody. We have to find these new elements all the time to revitalize discussion for the country to feel that this is an individual tailored approach. Okay, I'll start with a second also. Yeah, it's extremely important to bring different messages to different countries. I agree that if anti-colonial discourse is well for African states, goes well there, it works, yeah. This discourse will not be perceived properly in Latin America, it's clear. Different audience, different stories, different interests, political interests, like kids' issue, yeah, children's issue. What can be more humane? What can be more universalist, like returning the abducted kids? Everybody says yes to that. That's important. But if you take positions of other countries, like with the voting in General Assembly, we can see that many countries still take it very sensitively because, for example, in African countries, there are many war conflicts, armed conflicts with children as combatants, okay? Or children suffering from famine or extreme poverty. We understand this, we analyze this with maximum consideration of perspectives and specificity of a certain region, building the strategic communication and trying to push this communication in different countries because arguments, especially for global south, these must be different. Israel, okay, what goes for Israel? We think that these such Israeli actions on accepting vessels with abducted grain, this completely contradicts our friendly relations, Ukrainian Israeli, and we were calling, summoning the Israeli ambassador just while we're talking, in the protest note. Responsible people must be punished. Those who actually allow these vessels to enter the port, and this is completely unacceptable. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, it's quite clear that Ukrainian foreign policy is in a very dynamic situation, and we are reflecting and at the same time responding to specific challenges and analyzing these at the same time, trying to build something more long-term paradigm and more fixed, solid long-term strategy. This is a hard way to pave because the world is moving every single second. It's progressing. Many things change, and those partners we consider to be partners, they change the status and vice versa. But it's not only about partners and our idea of what is necessary. It's important. And how do we envisage our own long-term security guarantees? What do we think when we say just peace? What can we take as a just peace for us? What can we accept if peace based on certain compromise? If we talk about victory of one of the parties, meaning the agreement based on the compromise, grounded in the compromise, speaking of the current front line, and that's what we're talking about now. It means that TOTs will stay TOTs for a certain time, and that then we have a legitimate question. What is the policy, what is the regime for those TOTs? What is the policy in terms of those people who are our citizens, first of all? So the civil society is speaking of this, and not enough is spoken about by officials. Also, the residents of TOTs, who are Ukrainian citizens, who are repressed by aggressor right now, and they unfortunately are subject to various sufferings and human rights and freedoms limitations. This should be also the part of the broader solution. If we cannot guarantee their liberation now, we cannot, despite of how much we're willing to. So we have to offer something different, a different solution. Therefore, it's a huge challenge, honestly, and this is the bitter truth, something we all remember about and we never forget about it. So I would love our partners to be very understanding about it. Is that there was not enough of support. Please understand what we're saying by that. What we mean by that. Not enough of support for us to liberate people, because this is one of the key tasks. Those in TOTs, we can never forget about our citizens. We absolutely cannot allow ourselves to do that. So in interests of all of us and our European partners primarily, and the world partners, okay, you must understand that maybe it's not the de jure but de facto decision, what should be there, not just strengthening the guarantees for Ukraine, not just guarantees to Ukraine, but long-term weakening of the Russian Federation. I cannot imagine any other option of minimizing the threats brought by this country, judging Russia and recognizing one as an aggressor. And I cannot even imagine that every single day UN Charter is violated. In UN Security Council, USSR, which is not existing as a party, but now we have Russian Federation there, which is not in the Charter. A country which is an aggressor and abuses the veto right all the time. If we take the statistics, you will see that, okay? One is really abusing the veto power. So, the decisions, these decisions depend not only on us, but our partners as well. So, not just the closest, but this is these are global matters, and it goes beyond just the national scope and horizon. Thank you so much for this extremely interesting conversation. We managed to somehow set the bridge on their panel, but we will have a short break now, ladies and gentlemen. Do enjoy. Thank you, and you are so welcome at coffee break. And after, we have another session on Ukraine's perception in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Those who are still standing. I understand that sitting that long, it is a little bit difficult. Nevertheless, I hope that we would warm you with the discussions that we have now. As we started from the strategic level, all the strategies are important only when they go to the practical level. And for each strategy, how we see ourselves is always important to reflect how others see us or what do they expect from us. Because expectations and the proper understanding of these expectations is extremely important, calibrated indicator, I would say. Do we understand what our partners would like to have? Because diplomacy is always about the two-way route. So we named the second session, How Does the World See Ukraine and How Do We Want to Be Seen? Quite a challenging question. And here I'm very glad that we have three distinguished speakers that would present very far, I would say, from the geographical point of view perspectives, but let's see what in terms of the intellectual closeness. And we are very glad that after 3 years of the global partnership project that Ukrainian Prism had, thanks to the International Renaissance Foundation, we were able to reach very far distances. And trying to understand how the world beyond Europe really see Ukraine and how we appreciate this. So last year we've been in Chile, and personally for me it was the very big surprise, honestly. I couldn't imagine the level of support and knowledge about what is happening in Ukraine, in this country. And I remember our discussions with our head of Latin American direction when he said, from all the countries like in the Latin America, let's go to Chile. I looked like, why Chile? He said, trust me. And I'm very happy that we trusted, and I'm very happy that today I'm able to present you Juan Pablo Toro, who arrived from Chile especially for this event, and he's the founder of the Athena Lab, one of the prominent think tanks in Chile, and a long-term journalist who knows the region very well, also what they see. Going from there, it is another region and another country that is very challenging for Ukraine. And it's very important for us to understand what is happening there, why there are certain decisions, and how Ukraine should understand the developments in this country. It is India. And I'm really glad that Jagannath Panda, Dr. Panda, joined us as well, currently leading the research center in Sweden, however, being so often in India and just recently moving from there. It's a view about India from outside a little bit as well, what is important for us in terms of the critical. And the last but not the least, but who would speak the first probably, is Victoria Lalina Boyka, the director of the Public Diplomacy Department at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because she's in charge of understanding all those visions, perceptions of Ukraine, and formulating all those policies MFA has to the messages with which we are coming. So in this case, let's agree maximum 10 minutes to each, and then we will go with the second round of the presentation. And Victoria, I will start from you. What we would like, and what we would like to hear from our partners about the reflections and feedback of our image.
Thank you, Hannah. Dear speakers, dear guests. Yes, being responsible for public diplomacy and strategic communication, of course, is our main task, how to make Ukraine visible and vocal all over the world. And, you know, the golden rule that drives our team is tell your own story. Because if you don't tell your story, someone else will. And we witness these processes all over the world. You know, we talked a bit before this panel, and I told my colleagues when developing systematic communication in different corners of the world. We started in some countries even not from a zero level, where historically Ukraine was unfortunately underrepresented, but Russian propaganda machine operated during decades. So in these countries, we started even from below zero, from minus level. And if I may, I will focus on that track, how to reach out to the global, to the faraway audiences, because it's even more challenging than speaking to your historical partners that understand you better than, for example, countries of Africa, Latin America, Asia, some of them. So during the first year or years of the full-scale war against Ukraine, the world used to see Ukraine through the prism, through the emotional prism, from admiration to sympathy. And this approach, this emotional approach, this narrative worked, but now it is somewhat outdated. Ukraine in 2026 is not a country waiting to be saved, but as we discussed during our first panel and our open remarks, it is a country that develops new architecture, security architectures, proposing new digital solutions of the future, the countries that guarantee global food stability under the fire. And if we're talking about the faraway regions, I mean Latin America, Africa, Asian, so-called global south, I don't like this term, they have watched the war against Ukraine through their own lenses. For example, rising food prices, disrupting shipping or energy markets, also huge flow of disinformation coming from different directions. And our task is how to build and promote the image of Ukraine that will resonate and make sense everywhere, in New Delhi, in Santiago, in Buenos Aires, in Nairobi or Cairo. And it is no longer whether the whole world supports Ukraine, but rather this or that country understand what Ukraine is, who Ukrainians are, what our philosophy behind our fight for freedom is. I love very much telling our foreign partners the Voля philosophy. Voля is a unique Ukrainian word that can't be translated into one in English. It means both freedom and will. And this is our everyday driver. And when hearing, our human stories of our heroes, of our people, understanding this Voля philosophy, it means understand Ukraine, understand Ukrainians, and therefore support us. I can focus on our systematic approach when communicating and using soft power instruments when dealing with such regions as Latin America and or Africa or Asia, or I can talk about it later. It's up to you, our moderator. What?
Let's do like this. Let's make it more lively. So we will speak now with our two speakers, and then we are returning back with the reflection also to them, like how we are building this strategy. Yeah. Jagannath, we know that India is very challenging to Ukraine, but at the same time, India is building the image originally as the leader of the non-alignment, so the certain group always being oriented to Indian position. Now it is the new configuration of the countries that India would like to be a leader. So we understand that when we speak about India, it's not only how India will see Ukraine. It's also a certain number of countries that is following very attentively to the position of India. And it's still challenging for us, let's be honest. So if you would speak about Ukraine not trying to attract India, but let's say aiming its policy to the India, what would be your recommendations? What we need to consider as the baselines before we are trying to approach Indian people and the Indian state?
Thank you very much, Anna, and great to be here. This is my first trip, and thanks goes to you and Prism for this kind invitation. I got the opportunity to travel to Ukraine earlier, but somehow it didn't really happen. So this is my first trip, and this has been lovely to be here with the intellectual community here. I think your question is very critical in the context that I think the kind of India we are seeing today is on transition. Transition to become a innovative, emerging economy which could shape the future global order, particularly the global order that is associated with global south. And I think this is where we have to, if we have to see it from the Ukraine's point of view, it has to be seen a futuristic India, a India which is likely to shape the global order in the global south regions, and tomorrow's India which is much more scientific, much more innovative, and much more promising. Now, while saying that, let me share my deep inside feeling. I'm based in Europe for last 4.5 years. In fact, I moved to Sweden right after, immediately after 2 weeks to the Russian attack on Ukraine. Russian attack on Ukraine happened on 22nd of March 2022, February 22nd of February 2022. I moved to Sweden on 8th of March 2022, right after that. And I would be very honest with you, when I have been invited in across Europe to speak about the war, some has really appreciated my views, but also I have been quite critical and been challenged on many issues, the kind of position India has held on Russia-Ukraine war. Let me clarify, and I think there is no better platform to clarify India's position and also my personal position, which may not be identical, but almost similar. One is that how is India really looking at the Ukraine-Russia war or Russia's attack on Ukraine? I think we are no more, India no more looks at Ukraine as a battlefield country. We look at Ukraine more from a point of view of sovereignty and a country which is struggling to protect its national security interest, including territorial integrity. India has been a victim of territorial integrity and sovereignty for a long time. And this issue has been a burning issue from India's independence onwards, particularly over the last few years when it comes to the Chinese incursion, Pakistan's continuous engagement in terms of attacking India's sovereignty principles, and therefore India has started looking at the cause of Ukraine and have started supporting the cause of Ukraine more from a principles of practicality. So we don't see Ukraine purely as a battlefield-oriented struggling country. No, we do see Ukraine much more as a country of a long road partnerships, a potential partner in the regions to come. And this thesis also coming partly because after the India-EU, the FTA negotiation which has been successfully concluded and which is yet to be signed, we don't necessarily see Ukraine out of the European platform of thinking. We do see Ukraine as an extended platform of security and foreign policy thinking. And therefore, there is a transition has taken place in India's understanding. We don't see necessarily Ukraine as a battlefield-oriented country only. We see it as a victim, as a country which is struggling for its sovereignty and territorial integrity. The second is, I think this also fits well into the theme of the conference, democratic resilience. I think what Ukraine would gain from India is how to learn about the democratic resilience. As I cited the example of China, cited the example of Pakistan, it's not only about China and Pakistan, it's about how China and Pakistan together in support of Russia in the United Nations Security Council have pressurized India about the issue of terrorism, about the issue of Kashmir, about the issue of cross-border extremism and violent terrorist groups. I think this is where both India and Ukraine shares a commonality. So therefore, you must check my writings, what I have been writing over the last few years, but I think there is a concern about the way Ukraine faced the attack, the way Ukraine has faced hybrid warfare from Russia-China combo, the same kind of hybrid threat India has been facing from China-Pakistan combo, if not entirely Russia. The third is, I think, which is very interesting, and I think we might come a little more about this in the future. It is a misperception on the part of Ukraine to look India entirely from the point of view of as a partner country under BRICS. Of course, India is a partner country with Russia, with China in the BRICS. But if you see Indian foreign policy, and this is where I am emphasizing, and I have written about it, currently I'm writing a paper about it. India's trajectory is to operate from a dual platform. And this is where India also differs with China and Russia when it comes to BRICS podium. We advocate ourselves as a leading global South country. And this is where I think Ukraine has a kind of scope and opportunity to partner with India, because India does differ with China when it comes to global South platform. We do not echo, we do not supplement, we do not complement China's dominant and leading role in the global South platform. China's platform when it comes to global South, it belongs on a unilateral advocacy that China is the leader of global South. Whereas India's advocacy in the global South platform is about a universal principle of leadership. That's the fundamental division. India talks about universalism, China talks about unilateralism in global South platform. How to make the countries of the global South, crisis-driven, debt-oriented, that's the Chinese strategy. Whereas if you talk about India, India builds co-partnership, co-development. And therefore, there is an opportunity for Ukraine to become a partner country in the longer run as India tries to expand its partnership with the European countries. My last point is that how to build this misperceived, misunderstood relationship between Ukraine and India. Of course, we know for a fact that war has always been a divider. But what we should be mindful is that war should not be a permanent divider. In fact, every crisis raises to an opportunity. And therefore, Ukraine and India should take the war, which has been promoted by Russia, as a defining line for its roadmap of partnership and collaboration. Now, in what direction we could build this partnership? And this is my last point, is that I think there are 4 or 5 points where India and Ukraine could collaborate and probably make that change, looking at a long-term, durable, and resilient partnerships. 1, to build a competitive narrative. If you hear my questions, what I ask, in the United Nations Security Council, there is always a sphere of understanding between China and Russia. And that needs to be challenged. The decision-making process could only be challenged if we built a competitive, strong narrative at the global level. And that narrative has to be built in the United Nations Security Council. India is a country which needs to be there represented. At some point, we need to talk about reform of the UN, talk about UNSC reform, and also reform of multilateral governance process. Second, we need to talk about the ground realities where India and Ukraine could partner: agriculture, science and technology, digital innovation. These are the issues where India could actually partner with Ukraine, and Ukraine can partner. The third aspect is, which is very critical, is the reconstruction process. Of course, it was not an easy call for Prime Minister Modi to visit Ukraine. It was a really testing time. You must realize the challenges the subtle challenges, the hidden challenges that Putin administration posed on India. India has been a long, durable partner with Russia on defense and technologies issues, on oil and energy. to defy that kind of partnerships and to visit Ukraine, it was a bold foreign policy decision by Indian leadership, and that needs to be appreciated. So therefore, the time has come, we need to talk about a innovative oriented partnership where science and technology, the fight against how to overcome the challenges posed by hybrid warfare needs to be discussed. And last but not least, I think you rightfully raised that interesting point, and I completely agree with you. You talked about the image makeover. I think that is also one strong aspect, that Ukraine, probably time has come, because it has been 4.5 years to the war now. We don't know how this war is going to end, when is this war is going to end. We need a image makeover from Ukraine side. At the same time, we need a strong posturing of Ukraine, that Ukraine is a special identified country in the extended European platform, that global South countries, promising emerging economic power like India, must have a special relations. You know, our relationship with Russia has not gone without a challenge. If you see about India-Russia relationship, it has had many ups and downs. It has survived for many other reasons, but it had down aspects primarily because the Americans were not convinced India having a durable partnership with Russia. In fact, if you see over the last 15-20 years, before the second term of the Trump administration, India-US had a credible defense partnerships. The Americans were convinced to build a strong partnership with India, despite of the knowing the fact that India is having a strong defense ties with Russia, as well as partnership with Russia and China in the BRICS and in AIB and in many other platforms. So Ukraine has to also think about a line of understanding which could be built with India, particularly when it comes to image and posturing and line of foreign policy undertaking, where India has all the scopes and opportunity to emerge as a stronger partner, if not the partner. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's really quite interesting that sometimes the positions of the countries very far can coincide because of the understanding of the baselines of why we care about international law, why we care about the certain issues. However, we know perfectly that the position of the Latin American countries are definitely not on the same page. We have very diverse perception of this war, of the role of Russia or relations with Russia, of the role of Ukraine and the future of Ukraine among the Latin American countries. And here even will be Latin American Caribbean, because, I mean, de facto, usually here we are going much further, but we can concentrate at least at the several leaders. And even that I would like to ask you to reflect the whole region, but also probably to answer the question, why Chile is different? So why, because probably in answer to this question, we also would have the understanding where we need to look in other regions, like what if Chile is acting like this, how we can approach others through this lens, or what we need to search in other countries, probably to have them also among the Ukrainian friends. Juan Pablo, Latin America, where we are, it's spring, so autumn, yep, but still better weather, I believe that here in the cold Kiev. So where we are with Latin America and why these positions are so incoherent about Ukraine?
Well, first of all, thanks Ukrainian Prism for the invitation, and especially to you, Hannah. It's my first time in Ukraine. It's been a long trip, as you know well, because you visited us. And I made a promise myself to visit Ukraine one day, because I've been following the events since the 2014 and the brave battle that you're waging since then, and of course with new force from 2022. So it's good to be here. I always believe, because of my background as a journalist, that it's very important to visit the countries to understand the realities that are facing. So I hope to use this opportunity to bring the message to the world of the situation of Ukraine. And there's no accident that the person who's speaking to you comes from Chile, because Chile is, my country is probably the strongest and clearest voice in order to support Ukraine and condemn the Russian invasion. Now this position is shared by the Argentinians after President Javier Milei took power became the president of Argentina. So, but that is the position of Chile and Argentina, and I regret to say that it's not the position of the rest of Latin America. Of course, you cannot expect a monolith bloc. Latin America and the Caribbean includes more than 30 countries, but there's a spectrum of different postures. In one extreme, you can find Chile supporting Ukraine and Argentina right now, and in the other side of the extreme, you can find Venezuela, Nicaragua, Cuba, all the Russian partners, and of course you cannot expect nothing good from these countries. But in the middle, you have countries as Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, very important countries, they're taking a strange position of neutrality. There's a explanation why these countries are taking this position and why, because in the first instance, many countries support Ukraine and many countries vote against Russia in the UN Assembly. But because of the duration of the conflict, many countries are changing its positions right now because you need to understand it's a war in another continent, so it's very far away, and sometimes Latin America feels very isolated of the global, of the global issues. You know, we are kind of spectators, not a protagonist of the global issues. The direct impact of the war is temporary. It means the rise of the prices of cereal. This causes an ambiguous effect in Latin America because Brazil and Argentina produce cereals. So there's positive impact in economic terms in the short term. For Chile, it's very bad news. But right now, the people in Latin America are paying attention to the war in the Middle East because this is affecting our pockets very badly. I mean, because the rise of the oil prices. Of course, our security concerns are not the same. Because your security concern is recover your territories and defeat your enemies, and our main security concern in Latin America is organized crime. This is not the same. And of course, we are object of disinformation campaigns too. The Russians are very active in Latin America. Maybe you don't know, but the Argentinians, in a consortium of investigative journalists discovered recently a disinformation campaign led by the Russians to create a negative environment against President Milei in Argentina because he's taking strong but effective economic measures. But also this campaign was intended to create a crisis between Chile and Argentina. Because we are neighbors, we have some issues over the decades, but we are in a good mood. Especially the President Kass and President Milei visited each other and they have a good dialogue. But it's interesting because why they create a crisis between the two countries that openly support Ukraine? So that's the reality right now. And why Chile keeps this position? I think, well, if you see the foreign policy of Chile in the long term, it's a very low-minded country. We support international law. We create international institutions. So we understand the war, the invasion, basically is a violation of all the norms that support the rule-based international order. So it's crystal clear for us who is the invader, who is the aggressor, and who is the victim. But also, as a country, I think we are very proud of our history. We don't have wars from the last 150 40 years, so we live in peace, but because we have a posture of strength in the region. So there's a tradition of Chile that we understand when countries are defending its sovereignty, defending its freedom. And in the case of Ukraine is of course very clear, and I think we can understand your fight. And when I see the word freedom outside this building, I understand not only the meaning of the word, but the importance of the concept. Because you see the word freedom outside this building, and behind the word there are the tanks destroyed by your forces. So what is the message? That sometimes you need to defend your freedom, and you need to fight for your freedom. And behind the tanks you see the church, St. Michael's Church. So that represents the national identity. So there's national identity, there's freedom, there's the result of the fight you're waging. So for the Chileans, it's very easy to understand that. And that explains our support. And last week, our presidents, President Zelensky and President Hess, they held a video conference. And this is a good thing, because Kass kept the same position of President Boric and the same position of President Piñera. And in the case of Chile, Chile offers support in diplomatic forums, of course, in demining one day. And we offer to share our knowledge our expertise in the mining sector. Well, the Romanian ambassador here, he works in Chile for a while, and you know our expertise in the mining sector. So we offer you some cooperation, but instead President Zelensky invite President Kass to visit Ukraine. I hope he visits Ukraine one day. It's my personal task now to convince President Kass to visit Ukraine. But you offer something very interesting, cooperations in the security field, especially basically to repeat the same agreements that your country signed with the Gulf states, with Chile. And this is, I think, it's a good opportunity. And in terms of to create a better environment for the Ukraine in Latin America and convince the countries that are keeping neutrality, I think you need to move forward. You need to keep your strategy, or to create medias in Spanish, UA TV, because this helps the audience to reach content from Ukraine. And I know you launched a special communication strategy for Latin America in the 2024. So that's a good idea to compete with the Russians and the Russian outlets that are very active. Russia Today is very active again in Latin America. They are basically paying small TV channels to pass content and to reach new audiences in Latin America. But also you need to move forward to new narratives, to pass to action. And the drone diplomacy or the technical revolution that you are here, that you are showing to the world, it's very important, because as I told you, we have very different security concerns, but drones are very useful to attack your enemies or to monitor your enemies' movements here, but are also very useful to attack organized crime or to protect our long borders right now. So try to promote your successful histories, and the drones and all the story about the drones, I think is a very useful tool to increase your image across Latin America. Also, I think another good idea could be to use your Polar program. Maybe you don't know, but you decided to keep your Polar program in the middle of the war. So after my last trip to Antarctica in December, January, I saw your icebreaker, your polar ship, the Noosfera, in Punta Arenas port in Chile. So in this year, you use your ship to move Mexican scientifics. In other years, you move Polish scientifics, and so this is a tool of smart power that you have. So the Polar Program, I think it's very interesting because when I was in Antarctica, climbing the highest mountain in Antarctica, I saw an Indian military patrol, not in military dress because it's not allowed in Antarctica. You cannot use this. But I started to talk with the Indians and why you are here, and say, well, we are climbing the same mountain, but we are bringing our big flag to Antarctica to make a video and to show this video in India, because if you are in Antarctica, that proves you are a global country. So you have a base in Antarctica and you have a polar ship. So try to use this as a proof that you can go ahead with another narratives and you are in action too. Another opportunity for Ukraine right now is that great political change in Latin America. There are more governors that are located in the right wing, and the right wing in Latin America is more pro-Western. So that is an opportunity because I believe that are more interested in supporting Ukraine than the Russians, because the partners of Russia, Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua are in a very bad moment, and that represents another opportunity. And finally, other interesting thing that is happening and is related with the last panel, there's an election coming from the UN Secretary General. And probably the next one is going to be someone from Latin America. Could be the former president of Chile, Michelle Bachelet. She made strong comments against war crimes committed by the Russians and human rights violations when she was a UN official. There's an Argentinian candidate. He's been here and he criticized all the attacks of the Russians to the nuclear facilities and the big crisis that they can create. And also there's a lady from Costa Rica, but she made some confusing visits recently. She visited Russia. But I think there's another important thing to say, because it's going to be very, very important for Latin America to have the UN Secretary General. And if Bachelet or Grossi from Argentina came up with the next one, could be interesting, but you know what these people think about Ukraine, and could be another opportunity for you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. It seems to me we need to open the diplomatic representation at our base, Vernadsky, and that would be quite a strong signal as well about the global presence of Ukraine. We need to consider it for the strategy. But more in general, Victoria, we definitely talked the last 4 years predominantly through the prism of war about everything. And it was a very good phrase that can we build and propose something beyond just the war necessity cooperation, or protection of Ukrainian interests during the war. Do we consider it when we build our communication strategies?
Thank you, Hannah. Very interesting and challenging question, how to include, how to promote war-related issues and Ukraine at war, presented Ukraine at wartime, but talking not only about the war. And here, I'm really proud that we could build a systematic approach when talking to even faraway audiences. And if we're talking about the MFA's communication, we started, to be effective on the track, we started to develop visionary documents for every specific regions. region. I mean, communication, detailed strategy, and the public versions you can easily find on our website. And the first one was Ukraine African region that we presented in December 2023. It was the first ever communication strategy, regional communication strategy of its kind. The second one was Ukraine, Latin America, and the Caribbean. It was presented in 2024. So you see all the two strategies were developed and adopted after the full-scale war started. These two are now actively implemented by the ministry and the diplomatic missions, but not only other Ukrainian stakeholders that are involved in dealing and communication with these two regions. And the third one is in the progress. I can't tell you all the secret details, but if you follow the MFA communication, you'll be updated. And I think that we will present the third regional strategy hopefully in 1 month. So what the strategies are. For the first time ever, we made a communication audit of our diplomatic missions. We made communication and SWOT analysis, semantic analysis. We developed the mapping of pro-Russian narratives in different sub-regions of these two regions. We developed for our diplomatic missions, for our partners, which narratives to be promoted, to be used, and which one to avoid, depending on cultural, historical, etc. backgrounds. We, for the first time ever, we created a real, like a true detailed communication framework when, meeting, communicating, organizing cultural events, etc. This communication approach was directly synchronized with our significant diplomatic expansions in these regions. When we are talking about African region, we are really proud that Ukraine has almost doubled its diplomatic representation with 8 new embassies. If we're talking about Latin America, we have 4 new embassies opened since the full-scale war started. Asia, the very active, newly opened embassy in the Philippines. You touched the topic of Russian propaganda, and of course we see how Russians are trying to, to manipulate, to use fake narratives, to rewrite the history, etc. And that is why, and Hanna, I saw your recommendation to launch, a long-lasting project instead of a one-time event. And we are really proud that we have already started doing this. And if we're talking about the so-called Global South, if I'm not mistaken, it's already the 3rd year that we are running a digital campaign on tackling Russian disinformation. So the results are really impressive and unprecedented for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Since the beginning of the campaign, the total, I have a number, exact number. So the total reach is more than 1.7 billion digital contacts. Just imagine, 1.7 billion. That's something really huge. And that's another proof how important it is to talk to even far, far away audience. And the ongoing phase of the campaign has already reached more than 117 million views. So what were the key promoted narratives when running this campaign? Of course, just and lasting peace as a foundation of security and freedom, protecting children and humanity, and we talked a lot about mutually beneficial partnership, and the third one was mutual partnership for progress, stability and security. And here, of course, depending on the region, food security, defense and resilience, digitalization, innovation, all related narratives were promoted. But we talked a lot about media tours and your visit to India and Chile. So, like, every digital communication can give you unprecedented flexibility, but it can never fully substitute the power and the impact of people-to-people communication experiences. And really, I'm very proud once again that despite the war, during the full-scale war, we succeeded to make systematic our offline communication with different regions of the world. If we are talking about media tours, and it became like a cornerstone of our diplomacy, so I have also numbers: 7 press trips, 70 journalists from 89 countries across Africa and Latin America, generated more than 1,200 publications, pro-Ukrainian true publications. And we are now thinking how to broaden the geography of these media tours, and thank you very much once again to all of our partners, I mean the Renaissance Foundation, Friedrich Ebert Foundation. That's our joint victory when we're talking about communication battlefield. Advocacy visits, experts visits, and also during these last 2 years, we organized few visits to Latin America on promoting the children topic, reinforcing bring kids back Ukraine, our president's initiative when we're talking about the legally deported Ukrainian children. And the first one were organized to Argentina and Chile and proved to be proved their 100% KPI effectiveness, because both countries, after joined the coalition for return of legally deported Ukrainian children. Of course, it was not because of advocacy tours only; it's the whole scope of diplomatic efforts. But still, after Mexico, Peru, Ecuador hosted also these advocacy visits on that topic. So you see how we use really different instruments, and not to forget about cultural soft power instruments. And I'm really very proud that together with our Ukrainian Institute, we are now presented in India. For example, India Jazz Circuit Festival, New Delhi and Kolkata International Book Fairs. It's for the first time ever. For example, Guadalajara Book Fair. We use these instruments systematically, and we're keen to promote it together with our foreign partners. So how do we want Ukraine to be seen after listening and hearing your speeches? You know, we do not accept the victimization of our image. Ukraine is not a victim country, but partner country with unique expertise. And you're very totally right that we have unique expertise in different spheres, and we're ready to share it. Not country that survives, but rather countries that decides. Countries that decides together with our partners, together with our civil society, which is really very active and helps us to promote our key public diplomacy priorities. So I will stop myself here, and looking forward to fruitful discussion on that tracks. But after, Hannah, I will also reflect on your recommendation.
Let's look, we have 20 minutes maximum, that what we left over here. So let me ask the two brief questions after this. India is the country that also experienced the war, and usually asked even Ukraine a very strong position regarding the conflicts that India had with some neighbors. At the same time, you emphasize it by yourself that India stresses its so-called neutrality in this war, and it's not always that easy considering that we know that the energy resources are important. So do you consider that it is more of the perceptions and the necessity of more clear understanding of the country's priorities? So where we are, more in the values basket or in the national interest? And can this process be reciprocal? So if India is requesting from Ukraine to take a strong side, why for India is so painful when Ukraine is asking India to take the strong side in this war?
I think that's a very critical question, and we have to see it from where India really operates its foreign policy. Since independence, we have been a country. We have been, of course, a leading country in South Asia and today in Asia and in Indo-Pacific. But India is also one of those countries which has been a victim of cross-border terrorism, authoritarian incursion by authoritarian powers, by hybrid threat, promoted by China, Pakistan, China, Russia, and many other authoritarian powers. So the way India positions its foreign policy, it's a very cautious, carefully foreign policy. And that needs to be understood. And therefore, I think now answering your question, yes, I think when it comes to values, probably, it is probably not really been understood in terms of position India has taken on the Russia-Ukraine war, because every country position their foreign policy given their geographical constraint. So we are geographically constrained not to take a open advocate position that the way Ukraine would like India to take a position. But I think it is not only about values, it is a combination of values, norms, principles, and also the democratic principles that the world is really forgetting about. If you see about the Russia-Ukraine war, India has officially condemned that no lives should be lost in the war, and we have been advocating officially about the principle of peace. And also we have been asking for a dialogue and negotiation that the war should be stopped. So all of these three principled position combines values, norms which are much more legalistic in nature, and also based on the democratic principles. So therefore, India's position has to be understood more from its geographical constraint as well as the combination of norms, values, and democratic principles that it holds in its foreign policy. I will go as a scholar a little more to argue that I think, as I mentioned earlier, war could be a divider, but it should not be a permanent divider between countries who doesn't have any problems. I mean, fundamentally, looking at India and Ukraine, we don't have any problem except a perceptual problem or the problem on perception that you were really raising about. So it has to be, rebuilt. The course correction has to be done. And I think, excuse me, there are two issues where the India-Ukraine relationship could be really actualized. One is that I think we should talk about a partnership based on resilience, but also plus deterrence. And I think the word deterrence is obviously and very often misperceived and misinterpreted, mostly in the militaristic term. Deterrence is not a word, only should be stormed about how we need to really deter militarily. I think the word deterrence has a universal concept, a universal meaning, to also imbibe a political and diplomatic deterrence, which could be the mode of India-Ukraine partnership. And also, it should also invite democratic deterrence. And this is where Ukraine and India could build a diplomatic plus democratic deterrence strategy as the medium of partnership between Ukraine and India. Second is, I think, as India's relationship and partnership with the EU evolves further, as I mentioned, we have already we have already concluded the FTA negotiation, and probably very soon within this year, we should be signing the FTA agreement. There is a bigger system is emerging between India and EU. So Ukraine can be a partner to India in the Global South framework, as well as Ukraine can be a partner to India in the India-EU track or India-Europe broader framework that is emerging. So Ukraine doesn't have to see India just from a singular platform or from a singular prism. Ukraine needs to look at India much more openly, versatilely, and also from a different platforms. And this is the opportunity that I think we are building and we should not be missed out. That would be my answer.
Thank you very much. Juan Pablo, let me return back to your statement about that Latin America and even Chile and Ukraine perceive security threats a little bit different, because for us it is the war, for you it is predominantly organized crime. But at the same time, I would like to refer us to another favorite topic for you and me. It is the maritime security. And we talked a lot that the good guys learn from each other, but they learn slowly. The bad guys learn from each other much quicker. And the maritime domain is something what is important from all countries around the globe. So it's not something where the security threats and challenge are immediately only from one country. That's the methods that we saw in the Black Sea perfectly. We saw them in the South China Sea. We saw them now in Hormuz. And definitely for the countries like Chile and for many other Latin American countries who are significantly dependent on the sea trade and navigation, that's an important issue. So in your case, it's also access to Antarctic for sure. Can we identify such topics in terms of the security that are common and that are mutually understandable for Ukraine and for countries in Latin America that can be important for the cooperation when we are beyond the war, but at the same time when we are still in the security domain?
Well, thanks for the question, because we are very focused in that issue, and maybe you know, we are from Odessa, near the sea, and if you see the Chilean geography, of course, it's a very maritime country. We have territories in the Antarctica and in Oceania, in the middle of the Pacific, Easter Island, and in the Americas. So we have territories in 3 continents, and the only way to connect these territories is by the sea. Also, 95% or more of our trade goes by the sea. So Chile, we behave ourselves as an island, as an economy, as an island. So we are dependent on the sea, and of course, maritime security is very important, and we are watching with a lot of interest the innovations in the Black Sea, again in drones. That is a good solution in order to control big spaces. We need, in the Western Hemisphere waters in particular, we need to increase our maritime domain awareness over big spaces, and so we need to include new technologies, and the developments in Ukraine are so impressive. We are looking this with a lot of interest. Another important thing is how to protect our critical maritime infrastructure, especially undersea cables. Is a new field, it's not a new field, but recently cables been affected by sabotage in the Baltic, around the Taiwan waters. So how to protect this infrastructure and how you choose your partners. There's a big pressure right now of China. China is promoting an undersea cable to connect Chile with Asia through China, and we decided to block that project because we are building our own cable to connect ourselves to Asia using Australia as an outpost. And Australia is a big partner, we share interests, values. So critical maritime infrastructures is another issue that is important in terms of maritime security. Ports Of course, you are facing a tough situation in terms of ports, but when you are allowed foreign companies to operate your ports, which companies are you going to select? The ones that are based in authoritarian countries? And what does it mean for your country to put the ports in the hands of these authoritarian countries? It's another issue we need to raise. So there's a lot of very common issues that we could develop. Last year I was in Turkey, so I had the opportunity to navigate across the Bosphorus, and of course the Turkish controlled the Bosphorus after the Montreux Convention. We in Chile, we control the Magellan Strait. So, of course, all these lessons, how to control a strait when there's a crisis of a war is very interesting. There are very different situations. We control this pass through the Pacific and to the Atlantic to connect two big oceans. But of course, it's interesting, and what happened with the navies in that time, how you operate a navy in that time. I had the opportunity, the single opportunity, I sent you pictures, I think, to visit your corvettes, the Ukrainian corvettes in the Turkish shipyards. So they are state-of-the-art corvettes. But your government decided to keep it in the ports because the Montreux Convention and the situation. But it's another important thing is we are very interested in to build a new ships and incorporate these new technologies. And I look what the Turkish are doing, and I understand why you are selecting Turkish companies to build your navy. So there's another interesting thing in the maritime security field. And finally, I think in terms of geopolitics, the ocean is one. Everything is connected. And the economy we built the last 30 years is based in the sea. And if you see the recent events, of course, the war here and the impact in the Black Sea, what is going on in the Hormuz Strait, in the Middle East, what happened in the Suez Canal, not only with the Houthis attack, also with the accident a few years ago with a big cargo ship that blocked the Suez after it was a bad maneuver or bad weather. And of course, the Panama Canal is suffered a big drought during the last years, and this is affecting the transit over the Panama Canal. So all these events are telling us that we need to put focus on how to reinforce our maritime supply chains, because they are very fragile and could be affected.
Thank you very much. We have time maximum for 2 questions. Please raise your hands. And I see both from this side, so the microphone is coming to you. The gentleman near the window, and then the gentleman in the 3rd row. Yep. Yeah. Please make your short question, so we would have both time for the question and answer.
Thank you very much. It's not really a question, it's more a clarification. I'm the ambassador of Brazil here in Ukraine. I'm honored to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I wasn't able to arrive earlier because I had other appointments that I could not escape. Just to, since Brazil was mentioned, and I believe it was mentioned with a little bit of lack of knowledge of our foreign policy and where we stand on the war in Ukraine, I believe I have to clarify it. Brazil has from the start condemned the Russian invasion on Ukraine on all the relevant UN resolutions. I could cite them here, but I guess everyone knows which ones they are. Even recently signing the Chernobyl resolution, our president has been very clear condemning the war, condemning the invasion, our foreign minister, the presidency, our embassy here. We have been the only country in Latin America that went forward to work on a platform for peace for Ukraine, the Group of Friends for Peace at the United Nations. This is an engaging effort that Brazil has withstood with China, We, in our foreign policy, we are it is common for people to say that there is neutrality, but there's a big misunderstanding between what is political and moral compromise and military neutrality. Brazil is militarily neutral, and it's a historical position that we adopt because we believe that if we supply weapons to the parties at war, we are going to prolong the war and the suffering of the people. On the other hand, if we perform or foster or offer a diplomatic platform, we will end the suffering of the people as soon as possible, sooner than later. So it is also very poorly understood the idea of a proposal for a negotiation or a diplomatic negotiation as being pro-Russian. This is a very poor, let's say, intellectual understanding of what a ceasefire proposal means. And now that the United States engaged itself in this ceasefire proposal together with the government of Ukraine, I think this is better understood. Brazil, from the beginning, offered a plan for a ceasefire that stopped the war in the line of contact, at the end of hostilities, so that both parties could sit down and talk and build confidence so that they could sit down and talk and decide their conditions for the end of the war. And many people confuse a ceasefire as giving concessions on territories to Russia. And this is a tremendously wrong understanding of the situation. So we have been the only country that went out and built a platform for peace for Ukraine together with China. It's still there being discussed at the United Nations. There are ongoing meetings. Our president is deeply engaged, our foreign minister. Our president came out, even though the war is outside the Atlantic, but he was the first one to come out and offer his political capital and risk his political capital offering a peace platform for the war and to stop the war. So this is very important. So even if we are militarily neutral, we're not morally neutral. Just recently, I would very gladly read to you the latest statement from our president, which I don't think most of you have had access to, and I think it's important to follow these countries in order to understand them better. Our president just said recently, I would oppose an invasion of Cuba, just as I opposed the invasion of Venezuela, the invasion of Ukraine, the invasion of Gaza, and Iran. I am against any disrespect for the territorial integrity of nations. I am against any country in the world neglecting or meddling politically in how another country's society should or should not organize itself. Where is the self-determination of peoples? Where are human rights? Where is respect for the UN Charter? This is just one of the most recent declarations of President Lula. Before that, at the Summit of Africa, he also made statements very clear against the invasion of Ukraine. So we need to have things very clear about the Brazilian foreign policy, where we stand, what we are working for. Also for the fact that we have never underestimate the power of diplomacy and never underestimate the importance of an embassy in your country. Brazil is one of the few Latin American countries that has had an embassy here since the beginning of the independence. We were the first ones to recognize the independence of Ukraine, and we have an embassy here since 1995. We're actually the embassy that has most diplomats, I think, in Ukraine today, compared even to European embassies. We have 5 stationed diplomats here working for peace for Ukraine. So this is very important to understand. We are morally against the war. We have stated that very clearly. We are working for peace for Ukraine through a platform at the United Nations. And we are militarily neutral. And yes, we have a dialogue with Russia, as I would say 95% of the international community has. But this dialogue, we are using it for the benefit of Ukraine. Ukraine needs partners in defense, and Ukraine needs partners in diplomacy. And this is where Brazil is. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this position. And we have the question here in the third row.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Ivan, for inviting me. My name is Nicholas Bukelja. I'm the Honorary Consul of Ukraine in Panama for the last 3 years. I was hearing some of your comments. Yes, politics are changing in Latin America. For example, now we have Honduras. They were left, now they're right. It's good. Now we can have more diplomatic relations in Honduras. I have a friend over there that he's nominated for honorary consul of Ukraine. So he has been waiting for more than 10 years, so it's good. About Panama position with Ukraine, we are 1,000% full, clear, no neutral, we support Ukraine, okay? We make that publicly. We have almost non-communication with Russian embassy in Panama. Russian embassy is very quiet in Panama because they know that Panama is a democratic country and we support democratic countries. So last month, we just opened the Ukraine embassy. Mr. Sibiha was over there. I was part of the inauguration. Now we are waiting for ambassador, hopefully, and also there's 4 other new embassies of Ukraine in Latin America waiting for embassy. República Dominicana, Ecuador, and I always get confused, Uruguay or Paraguay? Which one? Sorry, thank you. So also I am a former president of the Panama Maritime Chamber for 2 years, 2 terms. I was the youngest in my youth time. Yes, the Panama Canal now is making a lot of money with the with the situation. We were not expecting that. But yes, Panama has been very dynamic. I always like to come to this type of conference to see young people. I think the future diplomacy of Ukraine is growing very fast. The Minister of Foreign Affairs is very organized. Like 3 years ago, when they gave me my paper as honorary consul, they told me that Ukraine was expanding. There's a plan. First, they start with honorary consuls. Now they're putting embassies. Good for honorary consuls because now we can do more for Ukraine and less diplomatic things. But yes, I think I have a recommendation to all people here. It would be good if you have your time. You're very young. And for the experience I have with a lot of Ukrainians, you learn easily new language. Start learning Spanish, okay? We are opening embassies. We need staff, okay? So don't be surprised if you see young ambassadors or something like that, because the world is moving very fast. So just take your online courses. There are good English, Spanish classes here. Also, we have, merengue, salsa, so it's very interesting. So yes, once again, sorry for taking your time. Once again, Ivan, for invitation. I fully understand India's position about Ukraine, also Brazil's position. We are neighbors in Panama. So yes, the world is changing very fast. Ukraine is getting updated. It keeps fighting. And once again, you will always have a friend in Panama. And well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Considering that we are already out of the time, I will excuse us for those who were not able maybe to ask the additional questions, but we understand how many hours we are already spending here, so I would like to make the final comments about what we are happening, finishing not with the dot, but with the 3 dots in the end, to allow us to organize additional discussions, because it seems to me that today we identified certain issues which we can have separate events. We cannot take everything during one presentation. So in this way, we definitely can speak about the cooperation beyond the war, to identification of what are the spheres around the globe about which we can speak together, either in the bilateral relations or looking to the global challenges. We definitely can speak more about the new messages, new narratives, new strategies in terms of the communication with the countries around the globe, finding those specific topics that would be important and understandable for the audience outside, who are many kilometers away and where Russian propaganda works significantly, and we know about, especially about the Latin American and African media market, how much money and efforts Russians are investing there. So that's difficult for us, and also how to work in terms of the limited resources. And we talked a few years ago with the slogan, everybody speaks to everybody. Then we started to speak about how to use as much as possible of the local friends who are becoming our voices over there, and that is both partnerships with the local think tanks or the honorary consuls that are appearing around the globe. So asymmetric, if we don't have the same resources as Russia, how we can act asymmetrically, digital sphere about which talk. It's also about this asymmetry that is so important. And I hope that that would allow us next year to assess maybe more, maybe less directions. The maximum we had, if I'm not mistaken, was 51. So this year 47, let's see what it would be next year. We just hope that our diplomats would give us enough of the interesting facts, events, statements to analyze, and we will be able. Now it is 2027, so it would be too early yet to analyze the new strategy of the foreign policy, if it is said by two. But public diplomacy strategies already will be there, that's for sure. And maybe we already will be able to discuss the draft of the strategy, what we are, how we are coming, where we are, and where we will be. We're really thankful to all our guests who survived till the very end in this cold spring, unexpected cold spring, that changing all our plans. And you still can comment under the video at YouTube. If you missed the first session, it's there also at our Facebook. And feel free to take the scorecards themselves to study them more in detail for those countries that are interesting for you, and also to send us your feedback and comments so we can organize the next event and discuss these findings. And thanks for our guests today.